Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet. A YouTube channel content creator actively alienating everyone in both the analog and digital world. Well, welcome and good evening, you wonderful dice of all alignments. I am Lunar D8. Step forward, Ushiromi Battler. Damn it, I've got nothing more to lose. If you want to see me struggle, I'll show you. The only reason Erica's theory is so strong is because of those seals. She was given red so quickly just because Lambda Delta easily bought the alibis created by those seals. But the seals aren't red truth. Just sticking paper in a door crack is far from perfect. There's no way something like that can prove anything with certainty. Begin, Battler. Ready to let those goats turn you into a pile of meat along with your beloved Beatrice? Oh, and I'll mix the leftovers from your precious sister into that pile. Wouldn't that make for a wonderful stack of meat? Then we can wrap it up in a dumpling, steam it, and maybe add some soy sauce. No, the best way would be to fry them in a pan with some eggs and ketchup. Laughter noises. Damn it. Can't we doubt the reliability of these seals of Erica's? Something like wedging some paper in a door can't create a perfect alibi. It might be that someone noticed by chance and happened to put it back in the same place. The blade of my blue truth should have slashed diagonally through Delanner's chest. However, Delanner's expression didn't budge in the slightest, and there wasn't even a single wound on her chest. I was wondering what you'd throw out there, but this is ridiculous. Allow me to explain. This is what I sealed the doors with. Did you think this was paper, Battler-san? Erica once again held up the thing that looked like brown paper. This is packing tape, and its adhesive power is extremely strong. I used scissors to make it easier to tear. Furthermore, I wrote my signature, which cannot be reproduced, in 3 places across the tear point, across the edge point between the door and the tape, and the edge between the tape and the door frame. Therefore, it's impossible to tear it off without leaving a mark, and it's impossible to reattach too. Permission to unsheath the red key. Granted. Due to the above, the seals are guaranteed to be perfect. Miss Erica's seals were not broken by anyone, and deception is impossible. I'll acknowledge Erica's seals. However, Aunt Ava's seal on Genji's room should be different. Ava's seal was the same type as Miss Erica's. That is because this method of sealing was one that Miss Erica and Ava conceived together after dinner. Erica said something about a scientific investigation and fished through the chemicals in grandfather's room, right? There might have been some kind of solvent in there. If you use that, you might be able to tear off the packing tape without leaving nail marks. Please allow me to speak. It is impossible to tear off any seals by any method without leaving marks. Please allow me to speak. There were no suspicious marks on any of the seals. Therefore, it's been proven that nothing was done to any of the seals. Repeat it. Yes, gladly. All of Erica's and Ava's seals were not tampered with in any way that hindered their ability to act as seals, such as being scraped off. Damn it. Damn, you're using packing tape that leaves marks all over the place. Delanner isn't my only enemy. There's also her subordinates Gertrude and Cornelia, and also Erica and her master Bernd Castell, and even Lambda Delta, the one who hijacked Beato's game. Everyone in this cathedral is my enemy. That fierce rush of red immediately repelled my feeble truth. It's obvious why. I don't have any alternate truth. Even at this final stage, I have nothing. Were the seals all that you had to discuss? You promised to give it everything you've got. If only I knew a truth that could prove Aunt Natsui's innocence. If I could only make a theory that weaves its way through Erica's red. Damn it, I don't know anything. Do you have any chance of winning? I left it at home. Mind if I go back and get it? I have already lost. I am prepared for my fate. I promised that I'd kill you, so I won't let anyone else do it. I'll definitely keep that promise, liar. I'll never trust your promises again. Huh? When did I ever make a promise to you, and what was the lie? Heh. After hearing you say that, hell might not be so bad. Kill us. Burn Castel Lambda Delta. Beato let out a shrill cry overcome with laughter. It was a broken laugh, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Battler's words would no longer reach her ears. She kept on laughing insanely like a broken record. Is it over? Pitiful. I truly am disappointed, Ushiromiya Battler. Ha. Kill me, Delanar. Slice me in half with that red long sword of yours. Let's assume that there exists some method X that can lead someone to the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge. Erica claims that the windows and such were sealed, but she can't prove that she sealed all possible means of entry. There's a possibility that Erica was unable to seal entrance X because she couldn't find it. Nox's third. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. As the detective, Miss Erica sealed all entrances. Passages that the detective cannot find are hidden passages. Therefore, there are no entrances that Miss Erica cannot find. I present the possibility Erica's lookout in the lounge wasn't perfect. During the 2 hours Erica spent there, she really observed everything without looking away for a second. It might be possible for someone to have passed through the lounge during a small gap without at least Erica seeing them. Please allow me to speak. Lady Erica's lookout in the lounge was perfect. There was no small gaps or carelessness or times when she looked away or even a second. Please allow me to speak. Therefore, during their entire meeting in the lounge, only Rosa went up to the second floor. But was that really Aunt Rosa herself? There's a possibility that someone disguised themselves as Aunt Rosa, or maybe she was actually holding a large suitcase with someone hiding inside it. Nox's 10th. It is forbidden for a character to disguise themselves as another without any clues. There have been no hints suggesting that someone had disguised themselves as Rosa. Furthermore, Erica has confirmed that she wasn't carrying any luggage large enough to hide a human in. Aunt Natsui was being threatened by someone. The uninvited unknown guest X is the true culprit. How can you be so sure we're the only ones on this island? The true culprit is someone else. Nox's first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. Maybe they were killed with poison in a remote murder, with a strange drug that can make a cut appear in someone's neck when they died, and that type of murder has a delayed effect, so even with an alibi. Nox's fourth. It is forbidden for unknown drugs or hard to understand scientific devices to be used. There's a chance that there existed a murder device X in the cousin room and Genji-san's waiting room that made a remote murder possible. It had some secret mechanism that still hadn't been discovered and... Nox's 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Anyway, there exists a culprit other than Aunt Natsui. If you want to deny that, try and repeat in red that none of the appearing characters were the culprit. Nox's 6. It is forbidden for an accident or intuition to be employed as a detective technique. You say that everyone except Aunt Natsui has an alibi. You're forgetting one person. Who's going to prove that Erica herself has an alibi? Knox's 7th. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. Unless she's caught red-handed, you should never be able to deny the possibility that Natsui is innocent. Can you even deny future possibilities, like if piece of evidence X that Erica hasn't discovered proves Natsui's innocence? Knox's 8th. It is forbidden for the case to resolve clues that are not presented. This tale is filled with malicious lies. The tale itself has become a trap to capture Natsui. The tale should be constructed only from impartial truths. Knox's 9th. It is permitted for observers to let their own conclusions and explanations be heard. I was the culprit, so maybe I gave George, Nikki, and the others a slow-acting poison to make them die after midnight. Then silently slit their throats when I returned at 3 o'clock a.m. I could have done it so quietly that Erica wouldn't hear. Knox's 8th. It is forbidden for the case to resolve clues that are not presented. Everyone committed suicide, so there is no culprit. Please allow me to speak. All victims' deaths were homicides. Erica didn't personally examine the corpses, right? It should be possible for people who aren't detectives to make a mistake when examining corpses. Please allow me to speak. Know that no examination of the corpses could have been mistaken. Then maybe there were body double corpses. They prepared corpses beforehand that closely resembled the victims. Know that no corpses exist except those of the characters who have appeared in the story. Then how can you claim that Uncle Kraus is dead without his corpse? Doesn't that violate Knox's something or whatever? Know that the red truth is simply truth, and there is no need to provide evidence or proof. What the? Damn it. In the face of these insane arguments, any attempts to overturn the truth where Natsui is treated as the culprit are completely meaningless. Each time I brandished my desperate blue truce, the lantern and the other's red truce knocked me down to the floor. It was getting hard to even stand back up again. Does that mean my body is telling me that I'm about to surrender to the truth where Natsui is the culprit? Their red truth is getting more and more perfect. Each time I think I can slip through a clink in their armor, the lantern smacks me down with the red long sword of Nox. Beato, that's enough, Battler. Now, the endless torture that torments me, know us, will finally end. Let us fall together into the depths. Gah. I don't want to see Beato like this. Her Majesty is the ruler of the Golden Land. Her enthusiasm and my rival are completely gone. She's just a pitiful woman who's been trampled over and lost all hope, with tears streaming down her face and a tragic smile that I can't bear to look at. Does your truth no longer exist? No. I have one last thing. And that is a different truth where Natsui isn't the culprit. That's not it. All I can do is prove Aunt Natsui isn't the culprit. After that, I can't show what the real truth is at all. But even so, maybe at least you'll be saved that way. Why? I can show without a doubt that Aunt Natsui isn't the culprit. However, I cannot show a different truth. If Erica's truth is dispersed, the crime will return to darkness and there might still be room for you to exist. Yeah, if you can do it. But if you can't show a new truth, that means you're incompetent and useless as a player. I'll have you vanish from this game board for all eternity. At this point, the Game Master is Lambda Delta and she is there too. This probably doesn't mean losing a single game, but being banished from this game for all eternity for losing. From what the witches have said in the past, I can faintly imagine that place pieces are sent when they're banished. It's known as the depths of oblivion, an eternal darkness that lies on the far side of eternal oblivion, and where there is no concept of life or death. You mean like an online lobby for the game Highguard? I'm going to disappear, aren't I? However, Beato will remain. As long as Beato remains, no matter how suspicious Aunt Natsui is, there will always remain space for the witch to be the culprit. In other words, room for Aunt Natsui to not be the culprit. As long as that space exists, someone will eventually expose the truth. It doesn't have to be me. Anyway, eventually someone will smash this fake truth to pieces. I understood that the time had come to abandon myself for the sake of this other person who would eventually appear for the sake of the real truth. Well, it looks like I'll have to break my promise to kill you after all. Don't leave me as the only one alive. I'll disappear with you. Let that be your final tribute to me. I beg you, if you just do this one thing, I don't need anything else. Have you used up everything you have? I really am disappointed in you, Ushiromiya Battler. Quickly, perform his requiem. That way I'll have an open field in which to expose Natsui-san's sin. These guys really are interesting. Beatrice, Ushiromiya Battler. But I've gotten tired of this. You aren't needed in our game. Bitch noises. Do it, Lunar. This is the end. If you still have one last bit of power, let me see you muster it now in your last moments. It's small, but it's sparkling red truth. The last trump card Virgilia gave me. Erica, this takes your theory back to square one. If you can, why not go ahead? Take this. Ushiromiya Natsui is not the culprit. The red truth is simply truth, with no evidence or proof needed. This will make Lunar stagger, even if that's all it does. It's the first and last strike I can make. Nox's second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. Huh? My red truth was blown away by Lunar's red longsword? In this court, if anyone other than the witches is going to speak the red truth, they'll have to construct an appropriate proof for it. Erica has been following this procedure, right? True, Erica hasn't used the red herself even once so far. She's always had Berncastel, a witch, repeat her statements. Your red truth isn't something you obtained for yourself. It's a supernatural truth given by a paranormal being. In other words, it isn't reasoning. It's no better than a random thought. In that case, if I have Virgilia say the same red truth, where is Virgilia? Did me trying to use that got her killed? If you are to present that red truth, you must construct an appropriate argument. Can you do that? No, it's impossible. I just have the truth that Aunt Natsui isn't the culprit, without any basis or evidence. See? Real truth is a very fragile thing. Does real truth exist, and is it necessary? And even without it, the tale will continue on. Battler. Come on, Battler. Prove the red truth you have shown. If you cannot, this is goodbye. Then, goodbye. Sorry, Beato. Don't say that. Thanks for sticking around with me. It was such a blood-stained tale, but it was fun. The trial is now finished. The word finished a lot. Die to death, stuff. My eyes. This hurts. It physically hurts my eyes. With that, the trial for the fifth game ended. The detective Furuto Erica accused the culprit Ushiromiya Natsui. There are three riddles that the detective must explain. The first is the whodunit. Who is the culprit? As previously stated, it's Ushiromi Natsui. The second is the how done it. How did they carry out the crime? During the hour between midnight, October 4th, 1986, and 1 o'clock the next day, Ushiromi Natsui went to the cousin room on the second floor of the guest house and the servant waiting room on the first floor of the mansion. There, she carried out the murders. It is only possible the crime to have taken place during that hour. And for that 1 hour, allies have been proven for all the characters except Natsui. From the sky, a massive red longsword, even greater in size than the one Delanor held, came crashing down like a thunderbolt, piercing through Battler's heart and pinning him in place while he stood still. In that instant, Beatrice became a golden splash and faded away, and her former minions disappeared as well. As the heartless witches looked down at the cathedral center, laughing coldly, all that remained was Battler with the red longsword sticking through him and Delanor. Rest in peace, Ushiromi Battler. What a shame. I thought you were a more capable person than this. Battler blew bubbles of blood, closed his eyes slowly, and died. Delanor stared on in silence, then turned on her heels when she saw his life leave him. After that, all that remained was the corpse of this sorrowful man, pierced by the sword that acted as a massive red grave marker and lit by the faint glow let in from the cathedral's skylight. And then there is the third riddle the detective must uncover. The final riddle, the why done it. Why did they commit the crime? The motive? In third-rate mysteries, there's no need to uncover this. After all, even if you don't expose the motive, the culprit will just confess it when it's all said and done. However, Furuto Erika was first-rate, and so she would expose even this. Natsui was being confined in the parlor under everyone's watchful gazes. Then Erika made use of everyone to diligently and persistently search all places, even in Natsui's room, for clues about her motive. Well, now that we have all gathered, what is it that drove Ushiromi Natsui to commit these terrible murders? Through my investigation, I, the detective Furuto Erika, have discovered the general outline that explains this. I would like to announce it now. Everyone remained silent, urging her to continue. Erika tossed some of Natsui's possessions that had been confiscated onto the table. First, these are the past diaries that were discovered in Natsui-san's room. They have barely been used at all in recent years, but they describe in detail the period of time shortly after she became part of the Ushiromi family. Most of them were locked, but in order to find the full truth behind this crime, I used my authority, which everyone has acknowledged, to destroy the locks on all of them. How barbaric. Reading another person's diary. If we're barbaric, then what does that make you, murderer? A criminal like you has no right to privacy. And this is what I found from these diaries. Natsui-san ended up married to Kraus due to special circumstances. I imagine that all of you here know much more about this than I do. Natsui-san and Kraus-san were not married because of love or as a normal arranged marriage. If anything, it was more like taking a hostage. That is not true. This is written on the 24th page of this red diary. I am a hostage being imprisoned by the Ushiromi family under the guise of marriage. However, if everything can be resolved this way... Natsui-san, right here you've already acknowledged that you were a hostage. Kumasawa-san, you have served Natsui-san since the time she first came here, right? Could you tell me about what it was like at that time? Yes. That's correct. I did catch wind of something similar to what you describe. I think that by now, only Dr. Nanjo and I know the details regarding Madame's marriage. Very true. That was during Kenzo-san's golden era when he did whatever he pleased. He defeated all of his enemies and expanded his financial power. Natsui-san's family was one of those enemies. As though the time to talk had suddenly come in hand, Kumasawa and Nanjo openly developed into territory that should never have been touched upon again. This was concerning the period during which Kenzo was most feared for his ferocity. It had been said that though Kenzo had many assets and connections, he held a grudge for being looked down upon by the members and the elites as being an upstart. Because of this, apparently, Kenzo wanted to find Kraus a wife from a noble family and use this to raise the Ushiromiya's family status. Then he overcame Natsui's family in a financial struggle and proposed that a marriage be performed as a method of reconciliation, and the person he picked was Natsui. Natsui had been raised to be clean and pure in a family of Shinto priests, making her a true noble lady. By choosing her, not only did Kenzo cause the worst possible humiliation, he also won what he considered to be a nice trophy. So that marriage proposal was humiliating to Natsui from the very beginning. Regarding the aforementioned facts, both Kumasawa and Dr. Najo's claims just now match with the contents of the diary. Therefore, since the time Natsui-san first took the name Ushiromi Natsui, she has held a strong resentment against the Ushiromi family. What do you have to say, Natsui-san? Do you acknowledge this? All of the cold gazes turned to face Natsui. Yes, it's true that I thought that at first. I thought I was being forced into a marriage without love, a hostage under the guise of a bride. However, my husband never viewed me as a mere hostage. He understood what I had gone through and gave me compassion and affection. My husband was the only person who could understand me. I see. That makes sense, and there are many scenes in your diary showing that Kraus-san knew of your difficulties and showed kindness. However, on page 47 of this diary, you describe these moments as being unpleasant, correct? Let me read aloud. When Kraus tries to show kindness, it only makes me feel more wretched. Sometimes I think he might even be trying to humiliate me further. Therefore, we can tell that Natsui-san repaid her husband's kindness with contempt. Well, wait. Yes, I may have thought that at the beginning. Back when I was still overwhelmed with unease, I couldn't accept his kindness and wrote of my distrust from time to time, but I eventually realized he was sincere and grew to accept his feelings. Well, nothing like that appears in any of these diaries. I never even wrote it down. Those feelings were so secret. Judging by many diverse bits of evidence and testimony, it's clear that you despised your husband, and there exists no evidence that you eventually accepted his feelings as you claim. I loved my husband. You can't find any testimony or evidence that can be used to elevate that statement to the level of red truth, right? Does anyone need evidence to say they're in love? You can't trust anything besides the red truth. Statements that aren't red don't count as evidence at all, and they can't be trusted at all. All non-red letters are falsehoods that exist to deceive me. I love you? Who would believe that when spoken with the white text? No non-red words can ever be trusted. All I can trust in this world are the red truth and the pieces of evidence I offer to my master to gain it. You lying human who can't speak the truth. Humans lacking the red truth have no right to speak of love or the heart of truth. Did you know? Men aren't as stupid as you women think they are. Men never really take it seriously when a woman says, I love you. What a pitiful person. I see that you've never truly loved someone. Romance is unnecessary for a detective. I don't think I've ever used the word romance except to explain a motive for murder. No matter what you say, we loved each other. I should be apologizing to my husband for always writing down my complaints and nothing else. But I have devoted my heart to him, even if I can't prove it. That is the truth. Rejected. You just don't know when to give up, do you? By now, due to evidence and testimony, it's clear you hated both your husband and the Ushiromiya family. That's right, I can't even count the number of times I've heard you complain. Oh, and you've never talked behind Hideyoshi-san's back? Damn it, you killed my husband. How dare you say that? Die and apologize to my husband. Please cease your violence, Eva-san. This is now the precious moment where I question and convict the culprit. It's not yours, okay? Well then, over the next several years, she appeared to have gotten used to her new way of life, but in actuality, an intense hatred still lurked in her heart. Taking that into consideration, there would be nothing odd at all about her deciding to take revenge. Don't act like you know what I'm thinking. Each time Erika read Natsui's diaries, one after another, she exposed more of Natsui's emotions during those painful days. Natsui hadn't written them to leave those words behind. She had written to forget those memories and seal them away. That's why she had written down her feelings during those painful days, locked them up, and sealed them away for all eternity. However, Erika claimed that these were Natsui's true hidden feelings that had been locked away and concealed. Since it had already been concluded that Natsui was a murderer, everyone accepted Erika's claim, and by this point the red truth wasn't even necessary to establish Natsui's motive. As long as the reason seemed plausible, everyone would believe it. No matter how much Natsui might object, no one would believe her. No one could accept the truth Natsui spoke of about the days she had spent loving her husband. That had been painted over by a false truth in which she hated her husband and swore revenge against him. The pen of the gods that composes the truth had been given to Erika. And so what? So who gives a damn about your past? Murderer. Murderer! So stop that. I can understand about Natsui-san felt. I always thought this day would come eventually. Poor thing, poor thing. I think she's just one of the most pitiable victims of father's wild life. I knew of the pain in Madam's heart. I always tried to support her, but I failed, and look what has happened. I don't even understand the emotions of love and hate. You will someday. It can become a reason to live and also a reason to kill. Is Aunt Natsui really the culprit? Well, now that you mention it, there is just one person besides Aunt Natsui that might be the culprit. But what? Hey, are you serious? Why didn't you say something like that important sooner? Natsui-san, the truth is, there is one person besides you for whom the crime was possible. Battler. If you truly claim that you aren't the culprit, it means that person must be the culprit. Huh? Who is it? Who? Ushiromiya Kenzo-san. Ah. Early this morning, Kenzo-san went outside through the window of the 3rd floor study, and his location is unknown. Isn't that right, Battler-san? Just like Natsui-san, Kenzo-san has no alibi whatsoever. The red truth for this crime, it was possible for Kenzo-san to be the culprit as well. I just assumed that he never existed in the first place, so I totally forgot about him until just now. Allow me to apologize. She didn't look shy or apologetic in the slightest. Erika bowed in an unpleasant manner as ever. She had held a grudge ever since her defeat in the study battle. Natsui-san, you gained Kenzo-san's trust and are the person who served closest to him, right? So, shouldn't you know better than anyone else? This incident is actually the crime of the family head carried out by the Ushiromi Kenzo-san. You dare call father a criminal? Don't worry. I have prepared more than enough evidence and testimony to explain the why done if Kenzo-san actually was the culprit. If you say, for example, that you have put yourself on the line to cover for Kenzo's crime, I am more than capable of supporting you. Ever since the late period of author Ellery Queen, even the theory created by the detective can sometimes change the plot itself. You really can't afford to be careless in this day and age. I won't let you treat father like the culprit. Natsui-san, calm down, place your hand on your chest and think carefully. If you accuse Kenzo-san of being the culprit, this entire case will be resolved. You will no longer be held accountable for another person's actions, and your honor will be restored. In other words, by pushing the crime onto Kenzo, Natsui would be saved. However, I have been entrusted with the honor of the Ushiromi family by father. Did you really think that I would defile father's honor, the Ushiromi family honor, just to clear away the false accusations made against me? Of course, Natsui knew that she wasn't the culprit, and she also knew that Kenzo wasn't. So being framed herself and pushing the blame onto Kenzo were both unacceptable, unbearable outcomes. Are you sure? As I have already established quite thoroughly, all alibis have been proven for everyone except you. If you will not accuse Kenzo-san, then this time it really will be clear that you are the culprit, and that will become the truth, right? If you intend to label me as the culprit and call that your own personal truth, then do whatever you like. I am sure that God knows of my innocence. Eventually, he will prove it. If it came to a choice between her and Kenzo being framed, Natsui would sacrifice herself. Perhaps that was her way of protecting the Ushiromi family's honor. Aunt Natsui, and I even gave you a chance. Stupid woman. This future where your name will eventually be cleared doesn't exist for any of you, not for any of the pieces on this board. Natsui had made her decision. If they were going to call her the culprit, she would let them. She boldly rejected the thought of selling Kenzo's honor to gain a momentary truth where she wasn't the culprit, and therefore, the tale was woven with her as the culprit. In the future, if the accusations against her are proven false, this tale will probably be rewritten. However, the future will never come. I think The truth is a fleeting thing. Even if I am a good person until my death, if some heartless person after my death overwrites the records and says I wasn't a good person, and if that is shared with everyone else, then even all the goodness in which I lived my life could be overwritten easily, and so I think that I won't live as a good person for all eternity. If you claim that Kinzo-san was not the culprit, he will need an alibi proving that the crime was impossible for him. Otherwise, we cannot truly be certain that you are the culprit, Natsui-san. Erika has probably known for a long time Kinzo is nothing more than an illusion to make the inheritance problem more uncertain. However, it would be very hard to prove that he was an illusion. The only way to do this would be to confirm Kinzo's death, but as has been made known by the Red Truth in previous games, Kinzo died a long time ago, and in this 5th game his corpse hasn't even appeared. In a situation like this, it wouldn't be easy to absolutely prove his death. If Kinzo's death was confirmed, it would practically erase that defeat in the study. It was the only way Erika had of removing the humiliation of that loss, and there was something that could confirm Kinzo's death almost as certainly as real proof, and that was the confession of the culprit. It would mean having Natsui herself acknowledge that Kinzo no longer existed in this world. That way, it would be acknowledged that Erika's reasoning in the study was correct. That loss would be painted over, and it would be rewritten as Erika's victory. Battler hung suspended by Delanner's red longsword. Beato had disappeared by having her existence denied, and her minions had gone too. In this cathedral that they had disappeared from, only Natsui and the witches convicting her remained. So, you still claim that Kinzo is alive and remains somewhere on this island? That's correct. Father is in good health. No matter what anyone says, I will not change my statement. The Red Truth from the previous game says that Kinzo is already dead, but that's not enough to satisfy you, right, Burn? Yeah, that's right. I'm after a perfect victory, so there's nothing interesting about getting a checkmate just because Kinzo's death has been confirmed by the Red. I want to win by forcing Natsui to say she's resigned. Then, why don't you try it? Show us what you've got. My master, let us now achieve a perfect victory. Of course. Flawless victory. Fatality. Natsui, you say Kinzo is alive, but you don't know where he is, correct? Yes, that's right. Father left through the window and his location is unknown. He is so troublesome sometimes. Lambda, I'm going to make Kinzo's location from midnight until the morning absolutely clear. From midnight until morning, Kinzo stayed in the room. Well, that's true. He was a corpse after all. No, I'm sorry. That's right. Totally right. I won't butt in. It sounds interesting, so keep going. From now on, I'll use the word Kinzo to refer to the living Kinzo. After all, Natsui claims that he's alive. I'll say more with the Red Truth. Kinzo does not exist anywhere outside the mansion. Isn't that right, Erika? Yes, my master. I searched for Kinzo all over the premises outside the mansion. However, I was unable to find him. Because of the detective's authority, Erika could find all clues. Therefore, if Erika was unable to find a hint that Kinzo existed outside the mansion, it was the same as proving that Kinzo didn't exist outside the mansion. Therefore, Burn Cassell repeated the truths of Erika's. Kinzo does not exist outside the mansion. Hey, Natsui, if Kinzo does exist, then this means he must be somewhere inside the mansion. Do you have any idea where Kinzo might be hiding? How could I know? After all, think of the weather. There would be nothing strange about him leaving the courtyard to hide somewhere in the mansion and dry out rain off. Piff, giggle. From this point forward, I will repeat the same thing several times. I will give you many chances for an honorable surrender. If you're too stubborn, you'll lose even your true honor. And no matter how you threaten me, I will not give in. Giggle. I just love teasing pieces like you. Then let us continue. For the aforementioned reasons, it is unthinkable that Kinzo-san could have been somewhere outside the mansion, so first off I performed an extensive search of the 3rd floor where the study is. However, there was nowhere he could have been hiding. We couldn't find any trace of data on the 3rd floor. So, then where is he, Natsui-san? I don't know. If he isn't on the 3rd floor, perhaps he's hiding in the basement. Ah yeah, the basement. The boiler room, the underground storage room, every part of your suspicious basement are also included in my search. Yes, I searched too. I didn't see Father anywhere. What about Kuodorian? I'll say it again. Where is Kinzo-san, Natsui? In that case, he was probably on the first floor or the second floor. I see. Process elimination does tell us that, doesn't it? We then thoroughly searched the first floor, and the result? Nothing. We were unable to find Father. I'll say it again. Where was Kinzo-san, Natsui-san? Then he was probably hiding on the second floor. How should I know where Father was hiding? Are you sure about that? Do you really not know where Kinzo-san was hiding? Madam knows where Kinzo was hiding? That's insane. That can't be true. Again, I think the goat thing, like where like the people losing the game get eaten by goats, or that Beatrice made up as a rule. I think, like, we all have already established who the new Beatrice is, but I think that the old Beatrice was the new Beatrice's mom that Kinzo fucked. But I think at one point the person like fell off a cliff and then they hurt their back. And while they're there, goats came up and started trying to eat them. That both Shannon and Cannon knew that Kinzo was already dead, so they didn't have a clue how Erika would use a phantom of a person who didn't exist, according to Natsui. Kinzo is nowhere outside the mansion. Kinzo isn't on the third floor. Kinzo isn't in the basement. Kinzo isn't on the first floor. Therefore, the only place Kinzo could possibly exist is the second floor. I accept that red truth. Natsui, Kinzo should be somewhere on the second floor. Will you still not tell us where he's hiding? No matter how many times you ask, it won't change the fact that I don't know. Erika, start from the beginning and go in order investigating the entire second floor. Use the detective's authority to avoid missing a single clue and to see through all types of hidden doors and hidden rooms. Yes, my master. Then Natsui-san's pretty dumb, isn't she? She still can't see where we are going with this. No need to talk more than necessary. Come on, Erika. Take everyone with you and begin the investigation. It's going to make Natsui look really bad when we find the cut up, sawed up body parts of Kinzo somewhere. Erika used her detective's authority to take everyone, even Natsui, and go up to the second floor to search every room, starting at one end. Even for rooms that were thought to have nothing at all to do with the crime, Erika did not relax her search in the slightest. Her search was thorough in every room, as though they moved through them all. So you still won't tell us where Kinzo-san is hiding? Stop saying that. How many times do I have to say that I don't know? Natsui-san, even if we do keep searching, we'll never be able to find Kinzo-san at this rate, right? Of course. Kinzo doesn't exist. No matter how long the search continues, it's just a waste of time. This was known by Erika, the witch's piece, and Natsui, the one who knew the truth. In that case, the search will end in the room at the far end of the corridor. In other words, it will have been proven that Kinzo wasn't in any of the rooms except that one. What do you think about that? He isn't on the third floor, the first floor, the basement, and he isn't in the rooms on the second floor except for the one at the end. So if it really did exist inside the mansion, it had been proven that he could only exist in that room at the end. In other words, this was Hempel's Raven. Because it had been established that a living Kinzo couldn't exist anywhere except the final room at the end of the corridor, that automatically meant that a living Kinzo existed in that final room. And that room at the end of the corridor was where the true culprit is. Which room was at the end of the corridor again? Is it a supply closet where his corpse is... Lambda Delta was munching on a refill of popcorn. That's Natsui's room, Lady Lambda Delta. In other words, Kinzo had no place to hide except inside Natsui's room. Do I need to say it in red? Of course, Kinzo does not exist anywhere outside Natsui's room. Well then, that means this room is the only place left. It means Kinzo-san isn't anywhere outside this room. Are all the corpses going to be in here, like all of them? Isn't this my room? Where exactly in my room do you claim Father is hiding? In a rage, Aunt Natsui unlocked the door to her room and pointed inside. Of course, Kinzo was nowhere to be seen. Do you see Father anywhere in here? Look. I see. Looks like he isn't here. There. Did he realize we were coming and escape out the window? If Kinzo wasn't in this last room, it meant that he didn't exist anywhere. There was no living Kinzo outside the mansion. There was no living Kinzo inside the mansion. Therefore, no living Kinzo existed. However, Erika didn't make that argument. She had pointed that out herself without making a checkmate. It was because Burn Costello didn't want to win by cornering Natsui with the red truth. She wanted to force Natsui to accept a humiliating resignation. I have not only been searching for Kinzo-san himself all this time, I have been looking for signs that Kinzo-san hid somewhere between midnight and morning, and no such signs have existed. In other words, from midnight until morning, Kinzo was always holed up in the same room, and that was Natsui's room. It means that the checkmate red truth has finally cornered the piece known as Kinzo's phantom inside Natsui's room. Hey, Natsui-san, this means you were with Kinzo in this room until morning. Do you still claim that you didn't know where he was? I'll acknowledge it with the red truth. During the night between midnight and morning, a living Kinzo could not exist anywhere outside of Natsui's room. I permit you to use this truth to advance your argument about how he could have only existed in Natsui's room. A plea bargain. Hey, Natsui, even someone as stupid as you must realize the fix you are in now. This is your last chance. Make Kinzo the culprit. Call the Ushiromi family head a criminal, and crush the head's honor to protect yourself. If you show that you have the guts to do that, I'll change the plot into one of a tragic heroine taking the blame to protect the family head. Father is innocent. I cannot call father a criminal. She's refused the deal. Okay, Burn, do it. During the night between midnight and morning, there exists no place for a living Kinzo to exist except your bed. What? And what do you mean by that? After conducting a thorough search of this room and a detailed scientific examination, I discovered that Kinzo did not exist anywhere in this room between. However, your bed is the only exception. A shocked silence dominated the room, and Natsui completely forgot to close her open mouth. Last night, around the time the gold was discovered, so probably around midnight, Kinzo-san escaped from the window on the 3rd floor and snuck into the bed in your room. And, as an even more unfortunate result from my investigation, it has been proven that you were also sleeping in that bed. I'll repeat it. From midnight until morning, a living Kinzo could only have existed inside Natsui's bed. And last night, Natsui also slept in that same bed. Wow, look how close they were. So you two were so close to each other, you slept sharing the same pillow. Blue truth. Therefore, it is suspected that Ushiromi Natsui and Ushiromi Kinzo had sexual relations with each other. Why else would a man and a woman share the same bed all night long? How rude. To think that I would do such a thing with father that I respected so much. I won't allow you to say such things. Natsui used the red truth to counter this blue argument. Of course, since you aren't a witch, there's no red truth that you can use. So I'll speak of the red truth in your place. At least I will if you can show me convincing proof. How could such proof even exist? How low are you willing to sink to mock me? Damn it. Natsui tried to attack Erika, but Ava pinned her arms behind her back, so she couldn't do anything. How unsightly. In order to take revenge against the Ushiromi family, you first schemed to take control of everything the family owned. For that reason, you used your body as a weapon and ensnared Kinzo-san. I never did anything of the sort. I have never given my body to anyone except my husband. I understand why you want to deny it, but testimony from several witnesses has already made it clear that you've repeated secret meetings with Kinzo-san. After all, last night you went to say goodbye. Good night to Kinzo-san, with just the two of you alone in this study, right? And beyond that, I've collected multiple bits of testimony regarding clear traces of sexual intercourse. Are you insane? Who was it? Who said something so ridiculous? Goda? Shannon? What was it, Ava? Yes, you must be behind something this ludicrous. Who was it? Who? I received testimony from those involved. Wow, this is pretty fatal. No room for doubt now. Hey, Natsui, looks like you don't even have a scrap of honor left now, but I'll give you one final chance before I build you the worst of all possible fragments. Go ahead and say that Kinzo wasn't there, okay? That's right, you sure are stubborn, Natsui. The Ushiromi family has already been torn to ribbons, right? Are you really that desperate to confuse the inheritance problem by pretending Kinzo exists? This is my final challenge in protecting the honor of the Ushiromi family, which Father entrusted me with. My husband's business will definitely succeed. Until we can use that to repay our debts, I cannot hand over the inheritance of the Ushiromi family. I will protect Father and my husband's honor. That is my mission. Wanting to protect the honor of the dead is an admirable. Why can't I fucking admirable trait. He's not one of the dead. We're talking about the honor of a convenient delusion inside Natsui's head. The real Kinzo never once ordered Natsui to protect that honor. Blah, blah, blah. As Natsui screamed, she fell down to her hands and knees. She no longer had any way to reject the fake truth that Bernkastel and Erica had weaved. By my name, as the Grandmaster, Game Master, Lambda Delta, I acknowledge that Lady Bernkastel as the victor of this game. If anyone has any objections, state your name now. Sakutaro? I was kind of hoping Sakutaro might help. Of course, there were none. All of those who might have objected have been erased. No objections. Burn, this is your victory, and a wonderful victory it is. Now you must weave up the fragment of truth. Sure, I'll go weave up the truth. This is the truth of this sad, pathetic tale. Though I did want Natsui to acknowledge her crime while half laughing, half crying. After all, that's a standard in the genre, right? After being forced into a marriage she hadn't wanted, Natsui developed a grudge against the Ushiromi family and was filled with a desire for revenge. From the trial synopsis, page 3. Natsui, also hoping to take revenge for the financial submission her parents' family had been forced into by the Ushiromi, schemed to capture the Ushiromi family's wealth. From the trial synopsis, page 4. Knowing that the wealth of the Ushiromi family was in practical terms under Kinzo's personal control, she initiated sexual relations to curry favor with him and managed to ensnare him. From the trial synopsis, page 7. From the Bernkastel docs, page 682. To curry favor of Kinzo, Natsui repeatedly imitated Beatrice, the witch of Kinzo's delusions, and engaged in sexual acts. Kinzo saw his long-lost mistress in Natsui and was easily ensnared. Furthermore, by chance, she was sometimes witnessed in this guise by the servants, and this became part of the foundation for the legend of the witch. From the trial synopsis, page 8. From the presented evidence, number 17. From the Bernkastel docs, page 802. However, late at night, October 4th, 1986, Ushiromi and Battler discovered the hidden gold. The relatives were in an uproar and decided that Battler should succeed the headship, so Natsui planned the crime. She murdered the children in the so-called cousin room and tried to frame Battler for the crime. Furthermore, Genji was murdered for opposing this scheme. Later on, Hideyoshi was also murdered. From this point on, she displayed the strong intent to indiscriminately murder all those involved. From the trial synopsis, page 27. From the supplemental materials B, page 61. From the Bernkastel docs, page 1103. How fucking long is it? The following outlines the details of the crime. Midnight, October 4th, 1986, Natsui decided to commit the crime. She asked Genji to assist her, but was refused, so she murdered him. She then murdered her husband, Kraus, in his own room. From trial synopsis, page 40, supplemental materials S, page 8. From the Bernkastel docs, page 1105. From GC internal docs, general affairs A09, number 9974. Afterwards, she went to the so-called cousin room on the second floor of the guest house, waited for Rosa to join the rest, and killed George, Jessica, Maria, and Rosa. She damaged the necks of those corpses. Why didn't people wake up in the middle of this? Afterwards, because I still think someone like pumped anesthetic gas into the room and then came in. Afterwards, because there were so many people in the lounge on the first floor, she waited in an empty room on the second floor. She hid in this empty room until the people in the lounge dispersed and went to bed. From Trial Synopsis, page 41, Supplemental Materials, page S, page 10, Burkesville Docs, page 11131, GC stuff. I don't really want to read that anymore. The people in the lounge dispersed after 3 a.m. Natsui left the empty room and escaped from the guest house. She returned to her personal room where she met up with Kenzo, who had been hiding there. She stayed there until morning. Kenzo left the room early the next morning, concealed himself somewhere near the guest house. Trial Synopsis, page 41, Supplemental Materials, S, page 29, Barncastle Docs, page 1200. So many numbers. Afterwards, Kenzo saw his chance and carried off the corpses of 6 victims one by one, hiding them. Unfortunately, these hidden corpses have not been found. Natsui, who had failed in her scheme to cast suspicion on Battler, changed her plan to include the murder of all present. Predicting that one of those present would eventually want to take a rest in a private room, Natsui concealed herself inside a closet in one of the guest rooms. At 1 p.m., she murdered Hideyoshi after he entered that room. Wouldn't she have blood over on her, though? From the time... Heck, how did... Like, okay, Hideyoshi's got the stake in his back, right? Okay, how did she do that? Like, even if she, like, did that, I mean, does she even have the force necessary to do that? Like, how did she do it? Like, it's okay, you stabbed Hideyoshi. How? Well, I mean, you just stabbed him. No. With a stake at that angle, how is it going to pierce? She's not physically strong enough to do it, and she doesn't have like a sledgehammer or something to do that. And even then, wouldn't she damage her hands doing that? Wouldn't that leave evidence? Wouldn't she get blood on her? From the time the others became aware of the incident, the time they carried Hideyoshi's corpse out, Natsui once again concealed herself in the closet. Furthermore, as proof of this, a button of Natsui's clothes was found in the closet. Afterwards, she left the closet and tried to return to her room. However, Furuta Erika found and questioned her first, and she confessed to the crime. What do you mean Lambda Delta Docs, line 7? Subsection... You're just pulling bullshit out of... It's like... You're gonna give me like 20 pages of page numbers. Oh my god, it's still going. Due to the result of the illusion trial, we announced that the following has been determined. That Ushiro Natsui did admit to a crime. For 13 months following this announcement, related docs may peruse Great Court legal stuff. Okay. Great Court Deputy Chief, Head Inquisitor of Heresy. Delanner and Knox. So is this end of chapter 5? How do we continue the game at this point? Like, I assume with the answer arcs, like, this is obviously largely paralleling, you know, game 1, but with some differences. I assume 6 will show some very strong similarities with game 2, 7 with 3, and 8 with 4. Then let's all assume that I did it, okay? That's what you want me to say, right? Wow. As though she'd given up and decided that it'd be useless to try and talk her way out of this any longer, Natsui screamed that out. It was a sad incident. I wanted to believe that, despite the pitiable circumstances that led her to marriage into the Ushiromi family, Natsui just might have been able to grasp a sliver of happiness together with Uncle Kraus and Jessica. However, by Aunt Natsui's own doing, Uncle Kraus and even her beloved daughter, Jessica, had been heartlessly killed. It was even harder to believe that grandfather had been an accomplice and hid the corpses. However, judging by the clear testimony given by several people who knew them, grandfather's mental state for these last few years has been far from what anyone would consider normal. Perhaps possessed by a mad devotion to the mistress he had lost long ago, grandfather might truly have believed that Aunt Natsui was a reincarnation of Beatrice. Where is grandfather now? Like Erika had theorized, did he really believe that he could be revived Beatrice by carrying out the murders following the epitaph, succumbing to Natsui's cajolery? Right now, is he holding up some kind of disturbing ceremony with the bodies he carried away? Are you satisfied now? This is what you wanted me to make me say, right? Aunt Natsui sobbed as she spoke. This is your revenge, isn't it? You, the man from 19 years ago. This man from 19 years ago that Aunt Natsui kept mentioning was supposedly someone who had caught her in some sort of trap. However, she had only mentioned that this man from 19 years ago existed, and she most certainly hadn't tried to explain what had happened 19 years ago. I'm sure that man's underling is one among us here. I'm sure that right now that man is ridiculing me through one of you. Then tell me, are you happy now? Has a bit of the pain and suffering you've endured for 19 years gone away? I finally understand. The reason you've cornered me so far is because you wanted me to acknowledge that, right? Natsui-san, other than us, there's absolutely no one here. Please stop this insanely desperate charade and quit pretending that someone who doesn't exist actually does. Erika laughed mockingly, but as Aunt Natsui looked at us, no, as she looked at some being behind us, she hung her head and shook. Then she confessed to her sin. I committed murder. So, you've finally acknowledged your crime directly. No, this is not about what has happened today and yesterday. I will confess to a murder that occurred 19 years ago. The adults all whispered together, wondering what this was about, because they had never heard about a murder case 19 years ago. And 19 years ago, I committed a sin. I couldn't forgive it. That baby, now what are you talking about? On that day 19 years ago, Father entrusted me with a baby. Since I still couldn't bear a successor on my own, Father told me to adopt a child, and he made me hold a baby that he said had been brought here from an orphanage. Do you have any idea how humiliating that was to me as a woman? With a mix of conflicting emotions of anger, sadness, regret, and possibly defiance, Aunt Natsui confessed her humiliation as a woman when she's no longer expected to bear a child, and also the indescribably unpleasant feeling of being made to hold an unfamiliar baby. It caused her great sadness and rage, and before very many nights passed, it ate a hole into her heart. And then I sold my soul to demons. It happened when I went on a walk through the rose garden of the harbor along with the servant holding the baby. I wanted to be alone, but that female servant holding the baby faithfully followed me everywhere. I was unable to even tell her to stop following, and therefore unable to escape from the child's crying. That day marked the beginning of 19 long, headache-filled years. Then we faced the cliff from across the fence. If by taking that baby and throwing it down to the rocky beach far below I could undo it all, I really did listen to that demon's temptation. Then, for the smallest of moments, I thought of how wonderful it would be if I really could do that, and lend an ear to that temptation. At that time, the servant holding the baby stepped on a large rock, twisted her ankle, and staggered. She leaned against the rough fence, and at that time I thought I heard the fence creak loudly. I told her to look out and tried to grab her shoulder. No, I shouldn't be so vague. I'll repent. I'll confess. At that moment, I'm sure, as I told her to look out with both hands, I reached for the servant's shoulder and with a thud, pushed her away hard. The rough fence snapped from the base, and the servant, along with the baby held in her arms, fell down towards the rocky beach below. Even though I remember that moment vividly, for some reason I recall a vague and very strange feeling. It almost felt as though, instead of falling, the two of them were silently swallowed up into an empty space. So I didn't even hear the sound of them crashing to the rocky beach. No, I'm sure I heard it, but because I wanted to think they'd disappeared. I must have erased the sound from my memory. And then, for an instant, I thought it was a dream. It was high enough that I couldn't see the two of them below me just leaning over, so I didn't know whether their fall or the few seconds before that had actually happened or not. I must have been wishing so strong that the child would fall that I just had a daydream. Trying to make myself believe this, I hurried back to the rose garden. Then I decided to let the servant take care of the baby, choosing to take a rest alone in the garden. Then Father asked what happened to the baby, and an uproar began over the disappearance of the servant who had been in charge of it. Eventually the broken fence was discovered, and the two corpses were found at the bottom of the cliff. The child had apparently been here for reasons that couldn't become known, so its existence was hushed up, and the official story was that the servant had an accident on her own and died. That's right, I stole away 2 innocent lives in one go. As for the poor servant, her family was graciously compensated. Her aged husband, who didn't know the truth, accepted this, even though he grieved over the unfortunate accident. Then, just a few years ago, he died of old age, and I confessed the truth over his grave, apologizing. But until this day, I have never apologized to that baby. Yes, that's what you're after, isn't it? So, right here, right now, I'll confess to my crime. Ayusha Romanatsu did 19 years ago push you off a cliff and try to kill you. But you didn't die, did you? You're still alive and you still call me mother. You came to this island, you took your revenge on me, didn't you? For these 19 years, you knew that the one you should have called your mother pushed you off a cliff, and you must have lived a very hate-filled life. And now you've taken everything I've gained since pushing you off that cliff, 18 years of my life, and smashed it all to pieces. I no longer have my beloved husband and daughter. And I've lost even my honor, and am being called a murderer. No, I really am a murderer, aren't I? Yes, that's right. It all went according to your plans. I'm now regarded as a killer. How's that? Is this enough for your revenge? My husband and daughter have been killed. I have been made to look like a murderer, like an adulteress even. After seeing me living in disgrace like this, are you satisfied? Yes, I'll bet you're quite satisfied because my family, my honor, everything has been stolen from me. Ooh, crying noises. After all this, do you still claim that you were framed? Seriously, you just don't know when to give up. Can you hear me, the cursed child from 19 years ago? Are you satisfied now? I'm pretty sure it's canon. I'm pretty sure... No, and again, I'm pretty sure Saya, or Shannon, is Beatrice. And is the one that is the true Beato. And I'm pretty sure Canon is the baby that fell off the cliff. You've stolen everything from me now. What else could you want? Please, just forgive me. But I think what Natsui's doing here, the way it works, is that will it have an emotional impact on Canon and Shannon? It's useless, isn't it? Huh? Battler-san, did you say something? It's all useless. But Battler-kun? Yeah, it's useless, isn't it? It's all useless. Cast. Ushiromi Battler. My eyes. Epilepsy by words. Wait. Are we saying Battler was the baby? Usher died in the first Twilight. Alive at the time of the game suspension. Game suspension? Okay. Everyone's got to be like, what is this handwriting? It's called cursive. I know no one remembers what cursive is. All of the goats. We can't forget the goats. End of the Golden Witch. The Answer, complete episode 5. You've done well to make it this far. Have you enjoyed your stay at Rakajima? The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to her tea party. We hope that you choose to attend. Erica Delanor. Yes, my master. You called. I want you two to stay in this fragment and explain everything in the remaining 1st through 4th games. That pitiful transient witch who supports the illusion of the witch no longer exists here herself. Expose the naked truth thoroughly. Leave it to me, my master. There is no riddle that I, Furuto Erica, cannot solve. Of course, that's why you're my piece, my double. Byrne Castell wore a massive and horrible smile which Erica shared. Beatrice's illusion of the witch would disappear, and the results in all the previous games would be painted over. It had been crushed in every way possible, and only the naked truth remained. Such a weak truth was no better than fish on the chopping board for Erica. It is possible to explain all the past 4 games with Natsui as the criminal, or certain irregularities based off of that theme. I won't let anyone say it's the crime of the witch Beatrice again. I'll start compiling it together at once and then present a first-rate tale to you. Giggle. You mustn't leave even a single fragment of Beato's Legend of the Witch behind. The rumors among the servants, the way people talked about the unexplained events as though the legend was the cause. The illusion of the witch that worked alongside the illusion of Kenzo, deal with all of them completely. Of course, I'll get to it right away. We now have the furniture in custody. We're hurrying to identify their vessels. The 7 sisters of Purgatory had already been taken into custody. Those noisy sisters who had served Beato now faced nothing but denial. What sort of illusion were they based upon that allowed them to manifest? Everything would be exposed and denied. Jungfrau has already begun its investigation. According to the most recent results, there is a high probability they were constructed during the 1960s in the vicinity of New York. An aid has already been sent to that location. In the 1960s, the 7 Sisters of Purgatory are made in USA. Peh. Even though they bragged about being furniture connected with King Solomon and serving a 1,000-year-old witch, they're a total sham. Who was it? According to the report, there is this group of big-time swindlers who make money by selling fakes to rich fans of the occult. Because the deceived millionaires try to resell the fakes as though they were real, there's a chance that they've been falsely deified by enthusiasts in the field. We are rushing to find confirmation and further details. So Ushiro Mikenzo was a sucker who'd pay big bucks for any fake occult object? And that's what the 7 Sisters of Purgatory really are. That's hilarious. A total sham, just like Beato's illusion of the witch. Though they call themselves the 7 Deadly Sins, they're actually cheap, fake souvenirs. Well, from the very beginning, I figured they were nothing more than paperweights sold at some shady souvenir shop. Giggle, paperweights. Ha ha ha. Have you confronted the 7 Sisters with that truth yet? No, not yet. They still seriously believe they were created by a great sorcerer over 1,000 years ago. I'd like to confront them with the perfect evidence and the truth right away, and let them know that they're mere paperweights worth less than $30 US. When you do, I wonder what their faces will look like as they lose all hope. Giggle, I can't wait. Call for me when that happens. I'll come to watch with some of the best black tea and dried plums. Beato's illusion of the witch had already been penetrated, and it's been proven that everything was simply a result of human delusions. What kind of delusions created them and what caused these in the first place? When the answers were proven perfectly and showed in the faces of those concerned, the illusion would vanish and be completely annihilated. This is what they meant by execution. An execution is not a show. As a general rule, it is not made public. This is an inspection of the great Lady Bern-Castell as member of the Senate, so she can observe the great court is performing its duties satisfactorily. Do you, as a mere inquisitor of heresy, wish to deny her this right? Yeah, that's right. I'm just observing as a representative of the Senate, to make sure you follow the proper procedures when you carry out your work. We are currently preparing to take Virgilia, Renove, and Gape into custody as well. The Cheister Sisters Imperial Guards are conducting that investigation. Of course, we will then detain and execute those 3 connected to Beatrice. Lunar, what is the true nature of the Cheister Sisters? We believe there's a high likelihood their vessels are weapons used in the crimes. For this purpose, Senior Aide Gertrude has formed a special team. We are currently investigating all cases. I'm looking forward to the Cheister Sisters' execution too, one at a time or all of them at once. No one's stupid enough to put an entire can of tea leaves in a pot at once. You've got to enjoy it slowly, one spoonful at a time. Exactly. Let's have their executions on consecutive days. For the furniture and witches, one by one, I'll send you an execution show every day. Wonderful. After all, there really are a lot of them. Rika, did you not get enough of people getting killed in Hinamizawa? Looks like we'll be able to enjoy ourselves for a full 2 weeks. Maybe we can let them decide which ones to execute first. Make sure you think of something great for the execution concept, like a Danganronpa. I'd like to enjoy executions both old and new, from east and west, every day. The rules state that the method of execution is to follow great court regulations. Leave it to me, my master. I will most certainly prepare you a fascinating execution shows. Oh, and you'd better quarter at least one of them. Of course! I shall make a list of the best forms of execution from all countries, from Europe to Asia, which were used by kingdoms east and west for crimes no less than treason against the king. I'd like to think of some execution methods myself. Pondering that will be the perfect way to relax on those sleepless nights. Aren't you a drunk? I'll iron out my ideas and send you a letter soon. Certainly, my master. Then we'll have the Bern-Castell style one as the grand finale. At the very end, when all the illusions are broken and Beato's magical compendium has been completely crushed, I shall present my master with the finest of execution that she desires, the execution of Beatrice. Thank you, Erica. Thanks to you, it seems I'll be able to forget the pain of my illness for a little while. You're just perfect. My peace, my double, and my adorable daughter. Your words are too good for me, my master. Erica, I'll give you honor and a reward. And that reward is the greatest symbol of Beatrice, the portrait from the reception hall. Take that off, smash it to make firewood, bake a cake with that, and eat it. Are you going to eat the painting? I don't think human bodies are made for that. I think she'll die of poisoning. There might be lead in the paint. Then I'll allow you to put your portrait up in the remaining frame. Thank you very much. It is a great honor. You will eradicate and erase Beatrice's name and all traces of her. Until that is all finished, I will order that you be made the master of this sealed-off Rockanjima. By the name of the Witch of Miracles, Bern-Castell, I proclaim that you will be given the rank of Witch until that day. From now on, you will call yourself Erica, the Witch of Truth. The Witch of Truth? Thank you very much, my master. I will call you Darth Vader. I vow to work even harder so that this honor will not be wasted. Even though she was nothing more than a piece, she was being granted the honor of calling herself a witch like her master, if only for a brief stretch of time. Erica was so moved that her actions had been acknowledged in this greatest form that she trembled. Delanor, continue to aid Erica and report on her progress to me, as you wish. By the way, where's Lambda? She is over there. From the guest seating on the second floor, she pointed downwards. Lambda Delta could be seen beneath Battler, who hung there dead and pierced with a red longsword. Ushiromiya Battler, you were an interesting guy, and you might have become even more interesting, but too bad. What a wonderful way to die. Erica, you can hang Battler's corpse in the mansion's reception hall. The next time I come to visit this fragment, welcome me in front of it. Certainly, my master. I'll make that foolish man an eternal monument to my master's victory. That sounds wonderful, really tasteful. Maybe you can coat him with plaster and make it a beautiful white statue. And it'd be wonderful if you decorated him all cute. Yes, Lady Lambda Delta, I will strive to answer your expectations. Congratulations on becoming a witch, though it'll just be for a while. I'll welcome you as a friend. Erica was so overcome with emotion that tears came to her eyes, because for a piece no greater pleasure exists than having your work acknowledged by your master. In the end, I'd like to have Beato stuffed too. Then I'll decorate the reception hall with her. Galaxy Express, the one that isn't Night on the, I read that back when I wasn't a witch. I always thought it was strange that humans obtained eternal life would become so cruel. I always thought it strange that humans who obtained eternal life would become so cruel. At the time, I honestly couldn't relate. Yes, Satoko Enrika. After becoming a witch and living 1,000 years, I fully understand it. The writer could understand our cruelty really well, in the truest sense. Where'll you go next? I'll bet we say farewell with our backs turned, right? That's because I don't want to let you get bored. Thanks, Byrne, but you can be sure I'll count to 100 and then start searching for you again. You really don't let a person get bored. That's why I like you, love you. Let's meet again somewhere. However, we may not be reunited for another 100 or 1,000 years, if ever. That's okay. The sea of fragments is tiny to a pair who love each other. The third man? No. Children of paradise, of course. If you could escape the poison of just a single evening's worth of boredom, each time you smashed one of those countless fragments that glitter like a starry night, even you would want to count the stars in the sky. Oh, not bad. The Voyager witches travel across countless glittering futures of possibility. Are you guys just fucking doom-scrolling reality? Like depressed people just flipping through TikTok, brain rotting to get just endless streams of dopamine, but not actually gaining anything of substance? This is like they're just fucking doom-scrolling TikTok or some shit. The tiny, tiny fragments created by the human, known as Beatrice, had now been gobbled up by the two witches, and had lost its glitter. The two who had earlier called themselves rivals in front of Beato now stopped that charade and laughed together playfully. Erica, new ruler of this fragment, weave the truth and create the tale that leads up to this world's demise. The next was the 6th game, right? Yes, it's the 6th game. Decide the title for episode 6 yourself. After all, you're already the spinner of this tale, as well as the master. Thank you very much. Actually, I've already decided on one. Oh, already? Then let me hear it. What kind of title is it? Yes, episode 6. I'd really like to leave you hanging for a bit, but I'll tell you. Giggle. Come on, stop being a smartass and tell us. A newbie witch like you shouldn't be teasing your seniors. And we're waiting. Episode 6, Checkmate of the Golden Witch. Checkmate. Complete episode 5, Tea Party. Welcome to the tea party of those who are not human. In the cathedral devoid of people, a figure could be seen still standing, staring up at the heavens, its chest pierced with a long red sword that pinned it in place to the ground. That figure was Battler. Ironically, it looked just like what he'd done to Beato with blue wedges in the 4th game. Battler had died quite some time ago. No, in this place, the concept of death means nothing except that one has stopped thinking. Therefore, in a sense, Battler was not dead. After being defeated in a fight over the truth and surrendering, he no longer had the strength to think of a way to resist. That's what made him dead. Delanor's massive long sword, which had been left in a place of a tombstone, fastened Battler to the spot even after his death. This was all being lit by the faint light seeping out of an incredibly high skylight. Quiet footsteps rang out across this still cathedral. From the darkness behind a pillar, a woman slowly stepped forward. It was Beatrice. Just like they'd been the whole time in the Golden Land, her eyes had no light in them and were still muddied over with gray. This person was once unable to even drink black tea to her satisfaction by her own will, but though it was slow and though there was no life in her eyes, she was, surprisingly, walking. Then, with slow, deliberate steps, she reached Battler, who was still dead, pierced through. Then she slowly touched Battler. It's be like when Angie had what happened to her and it basically spurred him on. Basically, this is going to spur Beatrice on, and Beatrice is actually going to be trying to fight against Erica. So, the first 4 games were Beatrice and Battler both as players. And episode 5, the players were actually Burn Castell and Lambda Delta. And for the most part, Battler and Beatrice were kind of left out, and they were same as Erica as well, as pieces. You know, Erica was a piece on the board, and Beatrice and Battler were pieces on the board that could be manipulated by both Lambda Delta and Burn Castell. But they themselves really couldn't do much more other than just being pieces. Game 6, one of the players, the player attacking the witch, will be Erica, who will also probably be able to exist as a piece as well. I don't know if she'll still exist as a piece, but she'll be a player now of the chess game. However, and of course, Battler will exist as a piece, and technically there's multiple Beatrice pieces. There's the witch piece as well as the human, Shannon, that's actually, that piece. But there's also the player Beato. So the first 4 games, the players were Battler and Beato. In Game 5, the players were Burn Castell and Lambda Delta. In Game 6, the players will be Erica Ferrudo and Beato. And I assume Battler comes back as a player in Episode 7. Though Episode 8, I imagine, will be a bit of an odd thing because Episode 4 was definitely very different. So I wonder if Angie will return? I don't know. She tugged on his sleeve, like, hey, wake up. However, Battler showed no reaction when she realized that it wasn't sleep, but death. The witch, with the hopeless gaze, let her head hang even lower. Then she quietly whispered, "You liar." Beato softly touched Battler. Then she pressed her forehead against Battler's chest. There was no longer any heartbeat. It wasn't just because he had surrendered. It was because the witches had chased him from the game board. So from now on, Battler would never return. So from now on, the Golden Witch Beatrice would have no reason to exist. Thank you. Liar. Goodbye. And sorry. Then the Golden Witch completed her task and scattered as a spray of gold. In the Golden Land, the gray rain gently continued to fall. There was a faint aroma of good black tea. Beato stared blankly at its surface. There was Virgilia continuing her knitting, along with me and Delanor talking to each other. This is a recollection from Battler's memory which Delanor's sword must have given him as it pierced him, a recollection of that time Delanor had come to visit the tea party in the Golden Land. It's the same with me. The next time we cross swords, I won't hold back. Bring it on, I'll be your opponent. Come at me with all you've got. I promise, with everything I've got. Delanor, huh? I thought she was the emotionless killer doll without a heart, but maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though, of course, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting over the game board. For a while, we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea. Still, it really is terrifying the way you fight. Nox's 10 Commandments or the Decalogue, wasn't it? Those classic rules of the mystery genre, right? Yes. They are the commandments conceived by my father. Hidden doors must not exist. Yeah, but in the end, the person who made the rules broke the rules. That's Nox's third, right? That means there's no need for detectives to even look for hidden doors. Sounds pretty ridiculous. Berncastel said it herself. She said that because they were forbidden by Nox's third, even searching for hidden doors was a waste of time. I'd like to counter that by saying it probably wasn't so uncommon for a rich family mansion to have a hidden door built into it, but apparently that sort of rule works perfectly well in the mystery genre. By the way, there exist many wonderful mysteries in which the hidden doors appear, and where hidden doors are the theme. Of course, this is limited to novels which have the premise that hidden doors exist. If that premise doesn't exist, the hidden doors must not exist, so because the premise doesn't exist, there is no need to search for hidden doors. I think that's probably the essence of her ridiculous argument. It's like the detective trying to expose the truth, and the illusion trying to confuse it with a mixture of truth and lies, are getting blended together, leading to a bizarre form of argument similar to a devil's proof. Making a closed murder seem to be accomplished by witches with magic is fantasy. Exposing that it was a human crime done with tricks is anti-fantasy. Examining all possibilities to expose the nature of those tricks is mystery. But it's also a mystery to claim the possibilities with no hints supporting them are unworthy of investigation. Let's say a hidden door is hidden in a way that there would be no clues. Wouldn't claiming the hidden door therefore exists even though a detective couldn't find it be anti-mystery? That's enough of that. This argument is too far of a digression from the riddles I'm actually supposed to be solving. My fight is very simple. I'm only fighting to explain how it was possible for a human to carry out these crimes that were supposedly carried out by a witch. This whole discussion about mystery and doesn't serve any purpose. That's why I didn't have any particular interest in regarding these rules known as Nox's Decalogue. Do you dislike Nox? It doesn't work for me. There's something strange about making it possible to deny the existence of all hidden doors without investigating. It's about as dubious as the devil's proof. Even though it's supposed to be the exact opposite of fantasy, it somehow feels like it's the same kind of argument. Ah, I shouldn't have said that. Your dad was one who made them after all. Do not worry. After all, there are some who say it is nothing more than a silly game. The Decalogue feels like something very arrogant to you, right, Battler-kun? To be honest, yeah. If an actual detective said he didn't need to look for hidden doors because they must not exist, everyone would start looking around on the floor to see if some screws had come loose. In that case, Battler, let us say the Nox's third commandment didn't exist. In that case, what would happen to closed room mysteries? What if Nox's third hidden doors are forbidden didn't exist? In other words, hidden doors would always work just fine as the standard trick for closed rooms. This does not refer to hidden doors with hints or foreshadowing. It refers only to doors that even the detectives cannot find because, of course, they are hidden. Battler-kun, you often fight by using devil's proof, assuming the existence of an undiscoverable element X. That's what this is about. That'd be horrible. The closed room murder mystery genre wouldn't be worth reading at all, and if it were no longer worth anyone's time, it would cease to exist. No one would want to try to solve the riddle from the beginning, not if they knew the answer might just be an unforeseeable hidden door. Unless you have some guarantee that no hidden door exists, you don't really feel like trying to reason it out. I see. So Nox's third is necessary. Without that, it wouldn't be worth reading the closed room murder mystery. It wouldn't be fair. If you're going to have a game, you have to have rules. And you have to have rules, you have to have voluntary player participation, you have to have player feedback, and you have to have a goal. What would that lead to? It means you wouldn't even want to read it. That's it. Humans are weak creatures who can't even think unless they have proof that reasoning is possible. In other words, they need encouragement to let them know they can solve it if they work hard enough. That might be true. It's the same with exercising. If you're told to run around the campus 10 times, you can tough it out. However, if you don't know how many times you're supposed to run around it, you'd probably get tired out before you made it around 3 times. The same thing goes for thinking and reasoning. Humans view a problem differently depending on whether or not it's guaranteed to be solvable. In detective novels, there's always a scene where the detective announces that he's discovered who the culprit is. That's a sign saying the hints have all been given in the previous parts of the story. So, dear readers, please try to reason it out. I always thought it was just a classic line, but I guess it does also have that effect. To put it harshly, until the detective says that, readers won't feel like trying to solve it, no matter how much they love solving mysteries. Weren't you like that yourself in the previous games? Now that I hear it, maybe that really was the case. Maybe my fight against Beato really began in the second game. At first, I didn't seriously try to tackle the closed room riddles Beato threw at me. After all, I knew nothing except that people had died in a closed room, and the windows and doors were all locked from the inside. I mean, seriously, talk about having no hints to go on. So I refused to argue on the grounds that I couldn't fight because the lack of clues made reasoning impossible. After that, didn't Beato sneer at me, asking whether I'd repeat that over and over forever, and an endless repetition of moves? At the time, Beato said this: "Of course not. I'll give you the thing people like you always demand. The reason you always stop thinking and then moan about it is lack of information. If you are then given information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by denying the basis. Isn't that convenient? What clever little words to hide your own incompetence." Then she said she'd give me a certain information that couldn't be denied, and created the rule called the Red Truth. Once we reached that point, the curtain finally rose on my battle with Beato. So, that's when I finally had a guarantee that I could solve this tale if I tried, and I stepped up to the stage with her for the first time. Beatrice, she's a strange person. Though riddles are the only holes witches can live in, she began to give you the Red Truth, a method by which those riddles could be solved. You could say the red truth is a hint Beato gives me, so that I can compete in this war of reasoning, like candy, because I've been given hints. It's like she's saying try and solve it, for it can be solved. An enigma that's guaranteed to be solvable can't be called a true enigma. Isn't this almost as though Beato herself is admitting that she isn't really a witch? My, that does seem logical. She truly is a strange child. Beato gave no answer. With gray eyes, she did nothing but blankly gaze at the steam rising from the black tea. My father created the Decalogue to act as a crutch for the power of thinking. It most certainly wasn't made as a way to arrogantly decide things. A crutch for the power of thinking? That's right. By Nox's 8th, it is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. This does not only mean that one is forced to avoid making theories that are not supported by clues, but also means that it has to have a solvable answer with the presented information. Meaning, the rule is the game has to be winnable. If you turn it around, if you spin the chessboard around, it means that the one proposing the riddles is forced to display the clues that lead to the solution. So in other words, if you follow the Decalogue, all riddles must have hints, and therefore it's guaranteed that finding the solution is possible. I see. So this is what they mean by a crutch for the power of thinking. If you can believe that it's solvable, you start wanting to have a go at those riddles. If you're capable of believing that hints do exist, you get fired up about rereading the story to search for them. I'll admit it, that it might have the power to give courage to those trying to solve it. You seem to think that Nox's Decalogue is a series of restrictions imposed by the one who made the mystery, but it is also vital for the readers. By using the Decalogue as a crutch, we are given the courage needed to use reasoning, as well as the willpower to reread the tale several times in search of the clues we know must be hidden there. It's like the lid of a jar of jam that's too tight and won't open. And I already know the promise made to Shannon in episode 1. At the very end of episode 4, I spoiled that for myself. Like Mom always used to say, if you think you can't open it, then it really won't open no matter how hard you try. The same thing happens in sports. They say whether or not you have a strong image of yourself and believe you can win no matter what has a large impact on the records. In that case, the Nox Decalogue isn't really a set of arrogant and strict restrictions. You can also see it as a way to encourage readers who are trying to solve the mystery by telling them to give it their all since it's definitely solvable. That's an interesting way to interpret it. Still, I've heard that not all detective novels around the world follow the Decalogue all the time, right? When you bump into one of those, won't you feel tricked? Even the Decalogue is nothing more than a single interpretation, and it cannot be applied to all mystery stories. Though, among fundamentalists of my father's work, it seems there are those who harshly criticize works that violate the Decalogue and call them heresy. There's no end of arguments like this in the mystery world. Was this or that famous detective novel really a fair mystery? In other words, one that followed Nox's Decalogue. That sort of argument is already an eternal theme of the mystery world. In fact, in mystery discussions, arguments like these sometimes become even more heated than discussion of the actual tricks. I can understand why they'd want to criticize it. They try to solve it, believe it's solvable, follow the Decalogue, but it's actually not made to be solvable like that at all. I can understand how that get pretty annoying. That's right. When fighting with the Decalogue, there's just one thing you want guaranteed from the beginning. In other words, you want to guarantee that this detective novel will adhere to the Decalogue. If a work labels itself as an orthodox mystery, then you have nothing to worry about. However, the mystery genre contains many unorthodox subgenres within it. Does that mean trying to use reasoning as an unorthodox detective novel is a complete waste of time? Looking at it that way, it really does feel arrogant. Yes, I also find it extremely sad that my father's Decalogue has been used as such an arrogant weapon. Then again, you just fought against Beato using the Decalogue as a weapon. Can I take that as proof that this game, World of Beatos, follows the Nox's Decalogue? When I asked that, there was a strange silence. Virgilia, Lunar, and of course Beato all remained silent for a while. Almost as though my question had touched at the core of something. That is something I cannot answer myself. Why? This is a game that this child made. A game to decide which of the two of you will win. This child has called it a confrontation between mystery and fantasy. But unfortunately, she never said it was an orthodox mystery. That means you have no guarantee that it follows the Decalogue. But at the same time, Miss Beatrice has said that this game is a contest between you and her. In other words, there is a chance that you could win. In other words, you're trying to say that reasoning is possible. If you asked this child, she would probably say that reasoning is possible. However, just as she is the challenger and you are the challenged, the two of you are different creatures. Something Beato might have proposed, thinking it is solvable, may or may not be solvable for you as well. For example, let's say we propose a simple riddle that any Japanese person would know. However, if the person we're telling this riddle to is a foreigner with a Japanese-English dictionary in their hand, it might be almost impossible to solve. In other words, it's possible to have a one-sided solvable problem, which might be easy for the questioner, but extremely difficult for the person trying to solve it. By the way, did you know of the foreign riddle, why do dragons sleep all day? I think I was talking about something like that. And no, I've not heard about this riddle. What is that saying? Like flies? Time flies like fruit flies like... I don't remember how it goes. But it's a concept of... It's a sentence where it uses the word like and flies twice, but with different spellings. One spelling of the word flies means an insect in the air. The other meaning of the word flies means to move through the air. And the word like, and one use of the word like, means similar to. But another use of the word like means preference. So one of them is a noun for something, and the other is a verb. Whereas in the other issue, one thing is comparison, and the other thing is... I don't know if you could describe it as an emotion or an... Is liking something considered an emotion? I don't know. You guys get what I mean. But no, I've not heard this riddle. Why do dragons sleep all day? Okay, I'm... Okay, I just imagined a 10-foot-tall dragonoid humanoid who's a beautiful woman with giant tits. She's also Futa. That's not the riddle. But the riddle is I like hentai and I'm horny. Okay. Moving on. The answer is to battle the knight. How? Because... Okay, everyone who speaks English understands this. It's actually funny, but it's a fucking dad joke. It's a fucking dad joke. It's a riddle from English realm, so it might be a little tough for a Japanese person. For that reason, I cannot say for certain that this tale is something you will be able to solve. However, I can promise you one thing. I will guarantee it with the red truth. I will say this, that the riddle joke was funny, but it was also very cringy. So right up my alley. Everyone's like, you don't get a right to criticize anything. You were just talking about Futa. I'm like, I wasn't... Does it count as criticism if I say I enjoy it? It's kind of like, I could talk endlessly with you guys about various video games I like, and some of them are absolute shit. Like Blam Machine Head, a game that was on the PS1. It's actually also available on the Sega Saturn, but I played it on the PlayStation 1 version. Horrible game. Absolute shit game. I will say this. The only thing that was good about the game, the soundtrack. The soundtrack, I like the soundtrack. But in general, I would say this. Even though it's a shit game, I think it's a must-play for everyone out there. Just because it's a very unusual experience. And I think it's something that's part of being a gamer. But it's a shit game. But does it count as criticizing it if I still say that I enjoyed playing it and that I would recommend other people play it? Does it count as criticizing? Like imagine if you have a book and you say it's a shit book, but you still enjoyed reading the shit book. And you recommend other people read the shit book. Does it still count as criticism? No, I'm not referencing this. I actually think this is a great story. The Higurashi and Umineko are great stories. Not shit at all. Though I do greatly enjoy them. And I do recommend them. I cannot say for certain that this tale is something you will be able to solve. However, I can promise you one thing, and I will guarantee it with the red truth. What? Beato wanted you to solve it, so she made this game. The riddles of this tale solvable. That alone I will guarantee with the red truth. It was the one guarantee that all those who want to try, use, reasoning, desire. I don't know if my father's Decalogue will apply to that answer or lead you to it. However, when you run into a tight spot and want a compass for your reasoning, please try using my Decalogue if you remember. It might give you renewed courage and might possibly even lead to some new discovery. Thank you. If I'm truly stuck, I'll think about your fighting style. Are you sure it's okay to help out an enemy like this? Pay that no mind. I came to this tea party without a gift. I hope you enjoy this in place of a snack. And if you come face to face with me again, there probably won't be time to speak of such things so casually. Nox's Decalogue and Virgilia's Red Truth. Beato wanted me to solve it, so she made the riddles of this game solvable. In other words, Beato wants me to be capable of solving it. Isn't that proof that reasoning is possible? Of course, that's from Beato's point of view, and it doesn't necessarily mean that reasoning is possible for me. Compared to before now, when I didn't even know whether reasoning was possible or not, that one line might give me a great deal of courage. At least it has the power to silence any negative thoughts about this all being useless. Unless the other party assures you that reasoning is possible, you won't do it. It's almost like love between shy, young people. Love? Yes. Unless you have proof that the other person loves you first, you don't want to love them back, right? Both boys and girls want to hear someone else say they love them first. That's their dream. If they're in love, they don't want to love the other person until they're sure this person loves them back. After all, there's nothing as painful as a one-sided love, and the scars of the heart left behind last a long time because they are afraid of that pain. They want proof that the other person loves them first more than anything else. I see. That's an interesting way to explain the relationship between writer and reader in a detective novel. Yeah, maybe you could I pushed a button. Maybe you could liken detective novels to that. both the writer and the reader first want the other party to say they'll solve it, or that it can be solved, until the writer is assured that the reader will certainly have a go at the riddle if they propose it. They don't want to write their story. The same goes to the readers. Until they are assured that they will certainly be able to solve the riddle if they try, they don't want to read the story, because they don't want to write what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when no one reads it, because they don't want to reason about what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when they realize it was all useless. By that argument, it really isn't a stretch to say it's like love between shy, elementary or middle school-aged kids. Even though they really do want it, they don't have the courage to reveal their feelings, so they wait uncomfortably for uncomfortably for the other person to confess, and by the time summer ends, nothing's happened. More than that, sometimes the girl even ends up going out with an entirely different guy. That's what my first love was like, Along with these one-sided feelings they can't express, they lament the passage of a summer that will never come again in the days of their youth's end. The writer who wouldn't write until he gained the support of the readers goes for all eternity without releasing his maiden work. The reader who waited for the writer's rise to fame goes their entire whole life without knowing the joy of the mystery genre. Ballercoon, when does the chicken or the egg type of shy love reach the level where it can progress into mutual love? Well, that's probably when things start to pile up. It starts as a relationship between friends. They communicate with each other more and more. And when the two of them reach the level where they're sure that I like this person and they'll surely like me, well, then they probably just naturally become a pair of lovers. My impression up until now was that relationships starting with a sudden confession of love tend to break up more often, whereas pairs who never actually confess to each other but realize that they've always been together usually stay together for a surprisingly long time. In other words, this happens once the two of them believe in each other and a relationship of trust is born, is what you're saying. Well, I do say this. A relationship with anyone should be based upon emotional intimacy. Any kind of romantic relationship not only needs lots of affection, both sexual and non-sexual, but it needs lots of emotional intimacy and physical intimacy. Any lacking of all that, well, it's not a relationship, and it's not romantic. After all, if there's no sexual or, I don't know how else to describe that, interactions, then it's a platonic relationship, so it doesn't count as romance. It has to have both physical touching as well as an emotional sense of closeness and trust. And again, it has to come with a strong sense of affection and also strong trust. You should be able to feel safe with that person, and you should value them. And you should feel that they feel that way about you too. It's also usually why a lot of people tend to be very hurt when a relationship has a problem, particularly if the other person does something very bad, or becomes violent, or abusive, or cheats on the person, or stuff like that. Because the main reason why that hurts so much is because you trusted that person, and because you thought that person placed value in you, and then you have to accept that one, the person that you thought they were never actually existed, and the person's a completely different person, and you have to sort of reorient your view of the world, understanding that the way you understood things was wrong, and that a lot of things that you would based your trust on somebody off of, that you were just very naive. Though, of course, obviously, whether it's faith in another person or even in anything you believe in the world, having faith, you don't always have proof on that. And a lot of times, you do have to go out on a limb on that. You know, that's what faith is, believing in something when you don't have absolute guarantee of it. But of course, having your expectations betrayed, having your faith or trust betrayed, is something that's upsetting. Of course, also, any sort of negative things said or done to you are not very nice and are not very emotionally healthy for you. And particularly if those injuries are done to you by someone you trusted, well, that's obviously hurts, because at the end of the day is this. It's one thing if some random person you don't know or someone you even consider your enemy says something hateful to you. But it's another thing if it was somebody that you actually thought cared about you, and someone you actually cared about, and someone you actually felt safe with. Heck, it's another thing entirely if, like, imagine if there was someone or a place even that you felt safe, and then all of a sudden, you know, that gets turned on its head, and all of a sudden the person you thought you were safe around is now like a fucking SCP monster. Like, imagine if you were watching an episode of Dragon Ball Z, and it was the same comfortable episode, but the episode had been edited, and it starts very subtle. Things you start thinking, maybe I just saw that wrong, and you keep making excuses for it. Like, oh, maybe I was just tired. Maybe I misunderstood that. And then eventually it becomes much more in your face. There's no denying it. But at that point, you're so flabbergasted. You're so in shock at just how horrible it is that something you considered safe and comforting is now looking at you full of malice and is absolutely psychotic and demonic and is nothing but malevolence, and anything you could have respected or cared about is completely eviscerated, and you're looking at something that's just absolutely disgusting. And above all, not only is it disgusting and vile, but it's dangerous, and it is just oozing ill will. It'd be like at a distance. Like, imagine you're a kid and you see Santa Claus and you're like, oh, it's Santa! And then you get closer. And, well, it's something from like a Rob Zombie movie. You guys get what I'm trying to say. The main point is this. Any relationship or any of that stuff, trust is very important. Feeling of safety, feeling of affection, feeling of acceptance. It puts you in a very vulnerable situation. And in every regard, it makes it possible to be hurt very badly. That being said, I would say, in terms of people having relationships that work out, I would say the only thing necessary for a relationship to work out is for both people to actually care about the other person and just treat the other person well. You know, just don't stab the other person in the back or become a psychotic monster. You know, I would say my advice to anyone out there in a relationship, it's like your relationship will work out as long as both people care about each other, treat each other like people and with kindness, and don't betray each other. The end. I don't know. Maybe. It's a bit odd. I've always thought that the mystery genre was a battle between the writer and the reader, but maybe that's not quite right. Yes, it's something that cannot go on without a relation built on mutual trust, a relationship with love. So, you're saying our relationship isn't one of killing each other, but one with love? Though it doesn't look like anything more than a pair of elementary schoolers bullying each other to me. Virgilia joked at us in a middle-aged woman sort of way. Still, though I'm not expecting friendship or a trusting relationship, I can accept her as a rival. Beato is fighting at full force, trying to make me acknowledge that she's a witch, so I'll respond to that and go all out trying to deny that witches exist. How can you be sure that Miss Beato is fighting at full force? Can't you tell that just by looking? It isn't as though she has proclaimed in red that she's fighting you at full force, and yet you still have no doubts? You are the one who said you wouldn't believe anything except the red truth. Surely, this is that stage Battler Coon mentioned earlier, where communication increases and you learn not to doubt your relationship. Virgilia and Delanor giggled together. I clicked the wrong button. There we go. One guy, multiple women, and the topic is love. Wait a sec, isn't this the worst possible formation for getting made fun of? When I tried to bring back a proper mood for a tea party in the rainy golden land by clumsily searching for a more noble subject, Virgilia saw right through me and laughed. Even amidst this, Beato kept looking downwards with those gray eyes staring into her black tea. Yeah, that's right. Virgilia and Delanor have given me so many hints, and yet I barely thought about it at all. To be fair, we didn't have time. And by now, it's all too late, let me think. Now that everything is too late already, and I've got an endless amount of time on my hands, let me think. One more time, let me think about the red truth Virgilia gave me, and the crutch of the Decalogue that Delanor lent me. With the red truth, Virgilia guaranteed that at the very least, Beato left enough room in this tale for me to achieve victory. That red truth guarantee will once again give me the power to start my heart beating. And there's the crutch of the Decalogue, which Delanor lent me. Delanor herself warned me in the beginning that the Decalogue isn't so almighty that it can solve all riddles. However, she said something about how it could be used as a method to solve, no, to take on riddles. Let me try it. Though there's no guarantee that this tale is a mystery or a fantasy, let me believe that I'll definitely be able to solve it, that it is a solvable tale, a mystery, and let me take it on one last time. When I came to, I was suddenly in that strange tea room where I'd often argued furiously with Beato from across that table. Of course, Beato was nowhere to be found. It was just me, isolated and alone. That's okay. Even so, I won't stop thinking. Okay then. What were Nox's commandments again? I'm sure Delanor explained most of them when slamming me with them. Of course, even I recall them vaguely. What was the first one again? Allow me to speak. Nox is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. When I muttered about what the first one was, as if answering my question, Delanor's subordinate appeared. Without bothering with an unnecessary hello, she told me nothing more or less than what I wanted to know. Yeah, that's it. The first. The culprit has to be one of the people mentioned in the early part of the story. In other words, the culprit must have already appeared, as early as the first game. True, that's the most basic of basics in the mystery genre. A classic assumption. A classic assumption. Have I really been keeping to that assumption? With each new game, the number of people in this tale keeps increasing. That violates the closed circle rule. By that point, everything gets screwed up. Did I give up on the inside, thinking that the true culprit of the mastermind must not have shown up yet, and that the reasoning was therefore useless? If I read this tale as a fantasy, new characters keep showing up, to the point that even having demon kings or gods or creators appear wouldn't be strange at all. Even if the true mastermind first appears in one of the last episodes, I'd have to accept it. However, if I read it as a mystery and stick with that conviction, then there's no need to worry at all about anyone who shows up later, because Nox's First clearly states that it's impossible for the culprit to be anyone who appears later on in the story. Of course, there's also what both Delanor and Virgilia said, that there's no guarantee that this tale follows the rules of the Decalogue. So of course, I can't deny the possibility the culprit first appeared in the second game or later. However, this is one way of thinking. This time, I'll forget about the devil's proof completely and try to borrow the power of the Decalogue in my thinking. After all, I've already said myself that I won't be able to reach the truth without a multi-angled outlook. In that case, that means the culprit in all of these repeating games is one of the 18. From the very beginning, there was no need for an illusion of a 19th person. Even the first of Nox's commandments denies the existence of an unknown person known as the Witch from the very start. If I'd followed that in the truest sense, I might not have suffered so miserably in the second game. And Nox's second, allow me to speak, Nox's second, it is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. Delanor's other subordinate appeared without a sound and gave me an answer to my question. That's right, a detective can't go around using magic. So, if this is a fair battle, does that mean that, like the detective, the culprit also isn't allowed to use magic? Allow me to speak. Know that you are free to interpret it as you please. Yeah, that's right. Sure. I'll interpret it my way. If this game is a battle between me and Beato, then because this tale is solvable, no elements will appear that make it impossible to solve. In other words, things like magic mustn't appear. When they do appear, I shouldn't suspect that the mystery element is breaking down, but I should instead question why it was shown and suspect the witnesses and observers. That's right, that was Beato's greatest weapon in the second game, depictions of magic which couldn't exist in a mystery. By showing me that, she forced me to think that this tale wasn't a mystery, and therefore that reasoning was impossible. So I surrendered. However, if I had believed unshakably that it was a mystery, it would have been completely obvious to doubt the witnesses who claimed to have seen magic. Also, at the end of the first game, it was revealed that this tale was passed on to people in the future by that message bottle. Someone had written about this crime, this tale. In other words, this entire tale is a world that includes the personal opinions of an observer, namely the person who wrote that message in a bottle. In other words, the observer isn't God, it's a human. Therefore, there's no guarantee that this description is truly impartial. By the end of the first game, it was already clear that we've broken the constant premise of the mystery genre, that the story itself must be seen through the eyes of God. For that reason, it's possible to doubt even the observer as well as the witnesses. If I could have doubted this much, then no matter how many seemingly unsolvable displays of magic appeared, I wouldn't have had to blindly accept them and give up. However, that begs the question, is it even possible to solve a tale written by an observer who isn't impartial? If I get obsessed with this, then all of my reasoning will end here. However, I had to believe that Beato was trying to fight with me through this tale, because as a fight, that means I've been given a chance of winning. By giving me that, doesn't that mean that reasoning is possible? This part is tough. Unless I believe that the cruel witch took on the risk of losing to try and have a fair fight with me, I can't get past this part. Just like Virgilia said, it's just like love. If I can't believe that Beato is fighting me head on with everything she's got, I won't be able to reason any further than this. Sure, I'll acknowledge it. Unless we acknowledge that we love each other, we won't be able to get any further. When Virgilia ran out of patience with the two of us, shy and incapable as we were of acknowledging that out loud, she gave me that red truth instead. That was the red truth saying Beato wanted me to solve it, so she made the riddles of this game solvable. What the hell? It's like Sato-san in Class A says he likes you. Like hearing a love confession via a friend. I really am pitiful. Reasoning is love. If we don't love each other, the reasoning won't start. I feel like this could describe just about anything. Whether it's an actual relationship, like you actually have to have reasoning and logic. Also, yes, obviously you have to have affection and stuff. But basically, you have to have some reasoning and logic. You have to try to understand the other person and actually care about things and view things about what their thoughts and feelings are. Now, of course, again, when you do love someone, you think, okay, you're trying to care about their thoughts and feelings and trying to understand their thoughts and feelings, and you feel that they are doing the same for you. Now, obviously, if it turns out that you were wrong in that, and, well, they either completely threw that love away or never actually felt it at all and were just lying to you, either way, that is a betrayal of the trust you had. But again, this is a error that occurs from naivete. But of course, faith in anything requires a degree of naivete. After all, I have faith and trust in God, but it's not like, I can snap my fingers and Jesus shows up and hands me a Pepsi and says, hey, everyone's like, Lunar, maybe you would stop being fat if you stopped drinking Pepsi. And I'm like, I don't know, I like Pepsi though. Also fat though. But part of that is like also reasoning, like say you love playing an instrument. Well, you have to spend time thinking about it, trying to understand it. You'll get better at it, but of course you have to, it's something you have to put your mind into. I could also say it's the same thing with friends, family. You have to spend time and you have to think about it very deeply. And you have to take steps to act upon that. Same's true of God. If you love God, then you're going to try to take steps to do everything you can to use reasoning to try to understand God. And people could say, oh, well, you can't understand God. Well, even if that's the case, even if it were absolutely the case that you can't understand God, you should still try. But at the end of the day is this. No one's going to, like if we're talking about a human relationship, no one's going to want to love somebody, but then make it impossible for them to understand you. If you truly do love somebody and truly do want them to love you, you're going to try to make it very possible for them to be able to understand. Now, of course, you're not going to like do everything for them. They have to at least take initiative on certain things. They have to, interact with you. But the main point is this. You wouldn't play hard to get, and you wouldn't make it impossible. Like if you cared about somebody, obviously you'd want them to say nice things and express feelings and interact, but of course you'd have to take steps in that direction yourself as well. Reciprocation has to be, but at the same time, main point is this. If somebody wants you to love them, they're not going to make it hard for you to do that. And they're not going to make it impossible. And that would be all of all things. After all, that is the nature of love, is it not? So, wouldn't that also apply to God? After all, if God wants people to love, then it means by default, regardless of how much more powerful and omnipotent and omniscient and like trillions and trillions of years old God is, it doesn't matter what the gulf is between a human and God, and between a human and heaven, and between a human and angels. Whether it's God, if God wants a human to love, or if heaven wants a human to love, or even angels want a human to love, the gap between them means nothing. Because, heck, if we were to speak about things like, say, as an angel, yes, an angel would be perhaps thousands, if not millions of years older than a human, and have great deals of experience and wisdom far beyond a human. However, if an angel were to want a human to actually care about them, or to understand them, then they would surely do everything in their power to make it possible. Same with God. Meaning, yes, a human is very different and very lacking in many things, both in terms of age, existence, even, when it comes to the ability to reason things out. Humans have a limited amount of intelligence and experience. And we're certainly not perfect. Even by human standards, many humans have many, many failings. However, just as a mustard seed planted in good soil, well, it still has to try to grow in order to grow. Now, obviously, the mustard seed would never be comparable to a tree, but that doesn't mean there's anything less of the sprouted mustard seed. Point being this: if God wants people to actually love or understand God, then God would make it possible. Now, of course, your answer to this depends on what your answer is to that question. Answer is, what do you think God's motivation is in terms of the existence of everything, or any of us, or life itself, or reasons, or for anything to have ever happened or exist? The question is, what are God's motivations? And of course, again, one could say, oh, how could a human understand what the motivations or mind of God is? And the answer is this: just like using Knox's Decalogue to piece apart the story, the anatomy of this tale, in order to understand it better, the main thing is this: if we use a supposition that I think can certainly be a red truth, after all, isn't all of Jesus' words in the Bible the red truth? But not just the New Testament, I would also say the Old Testament as well. I think it's quite possible to parse out the idea that has been very clear and undeniable that God wants humans to understand God, that God wants humans to love God, to walk with God, to walk with Christ, that God wants that. So if that were the case, God, if we suppose that's true, then it would mean that God would make it possible. And it would mean that using the reasoning to try to understand God, and again, people say, oh, you shouldn't try, a human can't understand the ways of God, and the answer is, Yeah, I can understand. I can agree. I can understand that humans can't understand certain things. That's true. And I can understand that there is a gap between humans and holy things and holy beings that is such a wide gap that there is no analogy that I can even understand that would even begin to accurately describe how big that fucking vast canyon is. But if we suppose that it is a red truth that God wants humans to understand and love him, then it makes it an absolute necessity that it is possible to understand God and his motivations and feelings and existence. After all, if it were impossible for a human to understand, then it would be impossible for a human to actually love God. After all, when it comes to a human relationship, how can you possibly love someone unless you try to understand them? Now, obviously, it's very possible the person may lie to you, love bomb you, manipulate you, or that you may be completely mistaken in every way in your understanding of that person. But the main point is this. At that point, even if the other person doesn't actually give a shit about you, and either they don't love you or they lie about loving you, it doesn't change the fact that your feelings are real. If you're with somebody, you love that person. And even if it turns out that person does not love you back, well, your feelings are still real, especially if they're based on a mistaken impression that you have on things and based on lies that they tell you where they tell you that they love you. Because at that point, you're taking their lies as truth and you're taking your perceived reality of, well, they're saying they care about you and all that stuff to be what is actually the case. However, obviously again, obviously having that betrayed or thing back is like, it's a huge betrayal, yeah. Again, it's a betrayal because you actually trusted that person. But at the same time, at least, of course everyone's had relationships fall apart. But the main point is this. Even if, obviously, if you're someone out there who's had a relationship falling apart, and obviously things change, and you don't love or care about that person at all. In fact, you may even be scared of that person and consider them a monster. But it doesn't change the fact that at one point in the past, you tried your best to understand them, and you actually did love and care about them, and you valued them, and you thought they felt the same about you. They probably even said to you, lied to your face, saying they felt the same way. So even if their feelings were something they discarded, even if it was something they considered that was true and they discarded it as garbage, or if it was never true and they were just lying to you, your feelings were valid and did actually exist. And of course, there's nothing wrong with you not having those feelings anymore because, in the end, the basis that you built those feelings on was completely shattered and destroyed. So, when it comes to God, the main point is this. In order to love God, you have to try to understand God. And if God wants people to love him, then it means God wants you to understand him. And not only does it mean that God wants you to understand him, but it also means that he would make it possible to understand him. But of course, this requires supposing certain things are truths. The same thing is true if you have an interest in anybody. If somebody loves you, well, they would certainly they wouldn't play hard to get, and they would make it very easy for you. Same thing if you yourself meet someone and you want them to love you, well, you would certainly make it very easy for them to know, understand, and love you. You would do the opposite of playing hard to get. You would play very, if you met someone and you actually loved them and you wanted them to love you, you would play extremely easy to get, and you would just go around opening doors for them and giving them invitation after invitation and gentle encouragement after gentle encouragement, as well as trying to understand them yourself. Now, of course, how people interact after that, who knows? But the main point is this. If you like someone, the last thing you would ever do is play hard to get. And I'll tell you this. One, I don't know if I'm autistic or not, but of course, if I am autistic, I don't know if it's like or just a low self-esteem thing, but it's like, definitely would help if people were, I feel like hints are not good. People need to be straightforward about things. You can't just like, oh, I alluded, like, no. I feel like in real life, if somebody were to actually like me, they need to just come right up to me and just tell me. Because otherwise, I feel like at some point it's going to get lost in translation. Then again, to be fair, it would require someone to like me in the first place. And I can say, over the course of my life, I've never actually met anyone who actually ever liked me, because every relationship I ever had, the person made it very clear at the end of the relationship that they never actually liked me, and that they were just lying to me, and that it was easy to lie to me. And for some reason that also kind of offends me, that it was easy to lie to me. Like, why does everyone brag about how it's easy to gaslight me and lie to me? And like, oh yeah, like, it's like I was able to tell you a thing and you believed it. It's like you're bragging about lying to me and about how like everything from the very start was just a lie and how I believed that, and then you kept lying and then you laugh about that. It's like, that's a weird thing to brag about. I don't know. Well, I'll say if nothing else, I'm kind of not naive anymore. Perhaps a bit paranoid and jaded, but I think the paranoia is more about other stuff that happened in my life. Just saying, between getting bullied a lot in school and then just a lot of other things happened when I was younger years where people were just kind of not very nice to me. Just saying, I don't know. Lots of people have been very, I don't know, not nice, violent, yelling, threats, just psychotic behavior that's, I think the weirdest thing is looking back at things from when I was younger, and you can look back, especially as an adult, at certain things and you're like, that is psychotic. But when you're a child or younger, you look at certain things and at the time, you think that's normal. You think that's just how everybody is. And then when you get older, you realize that's not normal. It's kind of like, imagine if you were to get a pizza and someone were to like cover it in salt. Just a ton of salt to the point that it's way too salty. But that's the only way you ever see a pizza. It'd be like, imagine if like imagine if you had if you encountered pizza, but the first time, like, it had pineapple on it. You would think pineapple on pizza were normal. And then eventually you realize pineapple on pizza is not normal and should not exist. But you, for a long time, thought that was the default, the standard, the only way. It was just everyone has pineapple on pizza. And then you realize, no, pineapple on pizza is an abomination and is disgusting and should not exist. And you're like, huh, That's interesting. So you can look back at things and you just sort of, I think TV tropes did a whole bunch of stuff, like there's fridge horror and fridge concepts. Maybe at some point I need to go read out a bunch of TV trope stuff, but that'd be like forever. There's like infinite pages of TV tropes. It's like, I'm pretty sure there's more TV tropes than there is Wikipedia. It's a never ending, and of course everything links to everything else, so it's just a never ending rabbit hole. It would just be like, what's the worst thing about Lunar D8's channel? The answer is he can't stop going on tangents. And that's all TV tropes is. It's just infinite tangents. It's like infinite Lunar D8. I know, I had to give you guys a nightmare scenario. Like, oh my god, that sounds horrifying. Infinite me? Oh, none of you are going to be able to get to sleep. Speaking of which, I need to go to bed at some point so I can get up and go back to work. But then I'll have a weekend, even though it's daylight savings this weekend. So I'll have one more night at work, and then I think I'll have both days off on the weekend, though it's daylight savings. Though I might have to work some more on the weekend. I hope not. I'd like to actually have both days off this weekend. That being said, it's daylight savings, so we're losing an hour on Saturday night, so that kind of sucks. It's Friday morning right now. It's 12:14 p.m. America time. I've gotten really carried away reading this. Main point is, I don't know. Just sometimes you can look back at certain things with additional information and be like, oh, the interpretation of this event changes drastically when you know things that, in the context of the situation, you had no way of knowing. And you're like, oh. Then again, of course, a lot of times when certain things are happening, either you're much younger or, well, it's an emotional situation, and of course, you're not able to look at things objectively because you're in this. It's like, how well can you see the forest through the trees? How well can you see the outline of a forest from inside the forest? Again, sometimes having a different perspective. I mean, I know one interesting thing when it comes to church stuff. Here's a question. People say, oh, you don't want to listen to worldly music, you want to listen to gospel music. But here's a question. Why do you think God would like gospel music? Heck, if you were to go back 100 years and show any example of any kind of church music in modern day to people 100 years ago even, would they even recognize it? Here's a question. When David played the harp, what kind of music did he play on that harp? I know there's some attempts at reconstruction of music with the lyre and harp using the psalms and stuff, about how the different Hebrew syllables tied into different, sounds on like notes. Though technically some versions of Hebrew are like, oh, you don't write vowels, you just have consonants, and the vowels are just contextual type stuff, and of course there's multiple different versions of Hebrew based on like Yiddish and stuff like that too. And of course there's ideas of things like Enochian or Aramaic, Arabic, like Greek, Latin. Heck, even the language back with Babylon, Persia. And of course there's always questions of this. Like, it's interesting to look back at what even the Bible does say about Abraham's early life. There's a lot of interesting things. And again, if you're going to read the Bible, it depends on what context you're coming from. Some people read it just as a blind faith thing. They're just reading it as a sign of devotion. Some people read it because they're actively trying to disprove God or some shit. I think no matter what you do, the intentions you go into it with are very important. And I'd say, with me, when it comes to the Bible, I have faith in God. I believe in God absolutely. But I don't read the Bible to prove anything one way or another or as some sign of piety. I do it for the same reason I read a fucking Warhammer book. Because I just enjoy reading just about everything. And I want to understand it. And I want to be able to think about how, okay, this book on Necrons, how this stuff applies to Tyranids. Like, you shouldn't be like reading a book on Tyranids and Warhammer and be thinking about the Necrons or the Tau Empire at times. But you're trying to connect that stuff. Same way in the Bible. You're trying to like... I just read the stuff and I'm just trying to think about questions that you could ask about certain things. And how different things and how I feel about it. Like, one big question is this. Not only just reading what it says about Abraham's early life, but also just what things are implied by certain things. And looking back at things in terms of context. Like, if you're reading about how the Israelites encountered this one group, well then why not look up actual historical documents about that group that interacted with them? Why not try to understand more of those cultures? It'd be like saying, okay, you want to understand Sherlock Holmes better, so why not try to research, the city he lives in? But it's always interesting questions like, what was Abraham's childhood like? What about Noah, Job, Moses? A big question being this. What did Noah actually know about God? What was his day-to-day life? What did he eat? What did he actually do? What are the motivations of the people in the Bible? What were their day-to-day lives? What do they want? Another way to look at it is this. Look at a lot of preachers nowadays. What are their motivations? What kind of people are they? Like, for example, look at a lot of those prosperity preachers. You could certainly say they are not good people. They don't have any connection to God. And yet they'll preach about it. And you can certainly say they read the Bible quite a bit. And while I do say reading the Bible is good, praying is good, believing in God is good, but it's also proof that there are people who read the Bible a lot who have no connection to God whatsoever. And above all, not only do they have no connection to God whatsoever, they are certainly not good people. Heck, didn't Jesus rebuke the Pharisees? The Pharisees cared more about what people thought of them. They cared more about their status. And they cared more about following the exact letter of the law than rather the meaning behind it. But certainly these people would have prayed and fasted and done all the things that were considered righteous, at least by the estimation of any modern Bible thumper today, or evangelical. But where was their heart in all of it? But it could certainly not be argued against that they certainly read their scriptures a lot. They certainly were well studied. I wouldn't say for a moment that the Pharisees arguing against Jesus didn't read their Bible. At least what they had anyway. They probably knew the Torah back and forth. And could probably recite it from memory. But you could also say they weren't good people, even though they believed very strongly otherwise. Same with many of the prosperity preachers. They are terrible, awful, horrible people that I'm pretty sure are possessed by demons. However, they themselves probably think they are righteous and that God would surely have no problems with them whatsoever. Yet they're driven by greed and vanity. They're cowardly, hateful, spiteful people. And they're very close-minded. Their last thing they'll ever use is reasoning or logic or try to understand or question or doubt anything. And at the end of the day, if they were to have a discussion with anyone, they're not going to actually listen to someone in a good faith discussion. They're just going to ignore them and wait for their chance to just be right. They're not actually listening to it'd be like having a discussion or debate with someone, but they're not even listening to you. They're just waiting for their opportunity to just be right. They're not actually willing to take a moment to consider anything or think about anything, whether it's your position, their position, or how anything is. They're not willing to actually discuss or think about anything. And of course, the people in those prosperity, like mega churches. Here's the thing, the people giving any money into those things, is that money going to God? Is it actually doing any good for anyone? Are the people listening to those false teachers any closer to God? Do they have any closer connection to Jesus for it? So I'll say this. I'd certainly say reading the Bible is very good. But it's certainly possible for someone to read the Bible all the time and still be no closer to God. In fact, even be further from God. It's possible for someone to read the Bible all the time and actually be a very bad person. To not only not be a good person, but to actually be a very bad person. It's possible for someone to read the Bible all the time and actually be retarded and be stupid and not understand a thing. But again, everyone's point of view on that, and of course I feel my point of view is correct. But that's true of everybody. But the difference is, I've actually taken the time to doubt everything I've ever believed in. To question every idea. To listen to every conspiracy theory. Then again, what can I say? I strongly agree with many of the points held by Alex Jones. Heck, I would actually like to see a collaboration between Alex Jones and Kirsha Verstal, the VTuber. I think a live stream of the two of them having a discussion with each other, a very friendly discussion. I'd like them to get along, mind you. But I would just like Alex Jones and Kirsch to just be having an online discussion with each other on YouTube, on a live stream. But main thing I was saying is this. Heck, if you look at certain things, Abraham went through a lot of crazy shit in his life. Though most people tend to focus on the Edmund McMillan game with Isaac. I even did like 1,000 videos of Let's Playing that game. Though that had been an awkward rest of their lives. Like, did that never come up in conversation later between Isaac and Abraham? Heck, how did Isaac, when Isaac had Jacob and Esau, and he's looking at the babies of the twins born to him, was he thinking back, reminds me of the time, when Edmund McMillan made a game about my childhood. Then again, there were times in my childhood I hid in my toy chest. It was a white and pink. It was a white elephant with pink and blue dots on it. There was actually quite a few times when I was very young that I hid inside my toy chest, sometimes for a couple hours at a time. I've already discussed that in the past, and that's a long-ass time ago. Thankfully, that toy chest doesn't lock. Otherwise, I probably would have gotten trapped in there and suffocated to death. And that would have been very inconvenient. Suffocating to death is very inconvenient. I would have very much disliked that. But, that being said, what's your guys' favorite Sonic the Hedgehog game? Even though it's like kind of bright, flashy, I thought the special stages of Sonic 1 were kind of interesting. You know, there was a Sonic 06. It's 2026 now. Are we gonna get a Sonic 26? I don't know. I wonder what new Sonic games were. Heck, Dot Hack Zero is going to come out at some point. The new Dot Hack game. Dot Hack Infection was a great video game. Heck, Dot Hack Sign was a great anime. Liminality was interesting as well. But yeah, Dot Hack Sign, great anime. I'd strong. Then again, it's like the same vein like Serial Lane Experiments. Heck, there was an anime called Bubblegum Crisis Tokyo 2040, which is a reboot of a reboot, because technically there was a Bubblegum Crisis anime, and then there was a Bubblegum Crash anime, which is a reboot of that one thing. And then there was Bubblegum Crisis Tokyo 2040, which is like the third reimagining of it, which honestly is the best one. But they're all really cool. But we're actually getting, like, it's 2026, 14 years, and we'll actually, and heck, science will probably have more advanced shit than that before that. Heck, by then we'll probably have aliens and robots and AI and I don't know. Video games are getting impressive. I'm pretty sure when the PlayStation 6 comes out, it's actually going to have like fucking AI built into it and ray tracing everything. I wonder how... I feel like the baseline PS6 needs to be at least 3 times as powerful as the PS5 Pro to justify its existence. But yeah, like Abraham, like, here's a question, like, what was his childhood? What did he know about God? Like, when God came and spoke to Abraham, what exactly did Abraham know about God? And how exactly did he live his life? Then there's always the questions of, you know, what was happening in relationships back then. Because here's the thing, you read certain things about Abraham. Abraham was not poor. Like, there's a point where, like, Abraham and Lot, you know, his nephew, live in an area, and then they're both so fucking wealthy and have so many people under them that their herdsmen are fighting each other. Like, these people are rich. They have, like, huge clans of people under them to where they have hundreds and hundreds of servants. Like, at this point, it's basically obscenely rich people. Like, Abraham and Lot are basically absurdly rich. It also means this. It means Abraham wasn't just some dude out in the wilderness with, like, his wife and the one kid. Like, of course, there's Hagar and Ishmael and all that, but it wasn't just a small group of people. He was basically a king in his own right already. Like, even when he was still Abram, Abraham was basically already a king. Heck, during the time where Lot moved off to an area next to Sodom, in the city of Sodom, there was other rival nations that came and attacked Sodom and took Lot and many, like, stole a lot of stuff from Sodom, as well as took Lot, you know, prisoner. And Abraham was like, fuck that shit, I'm saving my nephew. So he went to war side by side with the king of Sodom. And Abraham, on his own, had 400 trained servants who were soldiers So he had his own army. And then went with other kings. So Abraham was a king in his own right. And he went to war as an ally with the king of Sodom against these other people. And of course, you see mention of other kings. And of course, you have Melchizedek, king of Salem, also considered like a high priest of God at that point in the time of Abraham. And of course, they took spoils from the enemies that they fought. However, Abraham, first off, gave 10% of all of that to Melchizedek. However, of what was left of it, one, he did have some other allies that come with him, and he said they should be able to take whatever is their fair share. But at the end of the day, he gave everything back to the king of Sodom because he's like, hey, I swore an oath to God, I'm not going to take anything. Because, I don't want you to ever brag saying that you made me rich. I went to this war and did all this fighting to save my nephew. That's all I wanted to do. Granted, I gave some money to Melchizedek, and I gave some other allies I made along the way. I let them, take what was fair for them, but I'm not taking anything from you because I don't want you to ever brag that you made me rich. I don't want you to ever have that kind of ability to brag that shit against me. But here's the thing. I understand Lot going to where he was. And again, I've mentioned before, Sodom and Gomorrah were not destroyed because people were gay. Like, it had nothing to do with people being gay. And people say, oh, well, the people went after the angels and they wanted to have sex with them. Here's the thing. If it was just people being gay, and they just saw the angels and the angels are pretty and all that, whatever, like they would have, yes, probably solicited them. They probably like, hey, you're cute, you want to date? At which point, they would have said no. The angels would have said no. At which point, if the issues of the people in Sodom were just gay, then their reaction would have been, oh, okay, that's fine, good day then, chaps. And then that'd been it. The problem with people Sodom and Gomorrah is, one, they were known for attacking people. They would lure people into the city, and they would actually, give them some money to lure them in deeper, but they wouldn't exchange the money for them, and people would eventually die of dehydration and be robbed and stuff like that. But basically, a lot of cities were known for highwaymen, robbery, cannibalism, attacking trade routes, and just generally being violent and vicious. But above all, they're a bunch of fucking rapists and murderers. And that's the thing, at the end of the day, is this. That's the main issue they were. There's a bunch of fucking just psychotic, violent, murderous people that were stealing and robbing and cannibalizing and raping everyone. And here's the thing. Like fornication. Like, how do you even classify marriage in the past? Heck, even adultery is classified as fornication. So, like, fornication is sex that violates the sanctity of monogamy or loyalty. And at that point, you don't need a government contract to be married. It's more so just love and commitment. So, basically a verbal understanding between two people that they care about each other and that they have some form of exclusivity with each other. Of course, exceptions for that could be things like polygamy and stuff, or harems. Like, we're talking like Solomon from the Bible. Most kings had multiple wives. Many people had many wives. Heck, take Tenchi Muyo. But technically that's not adultery because he's technically married to all of them. I mean, Abraham even, had his servant Hagar. So fornication is sex that violates the sanctity of monogamy, of love, of commitment. So I'd say as long as you have two people that love each other and are loyal to each other, well, then that's marriage. Now, obviously, fornication then would be considering that things like adultery or NTR, netorare, or I don't know, orgies, glory holes, gangbangs, all those shit. Cucking. Like any of that shit would be an abomination, and basically I'm saying NTR is a sin in the eyes of God. But having a loving, caring relationship is fine. Heck, regardless if it's straight or gay. The point is, do both people love each other? And do both people actually have commitment toward each other? So the main point is this. The argument, like, say if you're a guy and you meet a woman out there. You don't have to marry the person to fuck them. But I am saying you should actually know and understand that person, and you should love and care about them, and they should the same for you. But at the same time, I would say if you go to a bar and just fuck some woman, I mean, that's not very safe. You're going to get like syphilis or some shit. And heck, you don't know if that person's actually legally married to someone else. But the main point is this. Marriage, I don't think should be something that involves a government contract with the government, or having to get the approval of like the people with like power in your society. Because at that point, it's just a way for people to control you. And of course, nowadays, a lot of times marriage stuff comes with messy legal issues. Of course, use common sense with this stuff. And of course, don't just take the words of a random guy on the internet who works third shift manual labor and then records odd tangential videos and listens to Pink Floyd albums. Take everything with a grain of salt and use your own discretion. Obviously, you're free to disagree with anything I have to say. You have your own opinions. Whether you agree with me or disagree with me, search out and research the stuff for yourself and actually just think about it logically on your own. Whether you agree with me or disagree with me. Like, if you agree with me, that's cool, but I'd still want you to logically think about it on your own. Same regard to the whole sodomy thing. Like, sodomy, I would say, is rape. I would say, like, here's the thing. When it comes to the monogamy thing, I see nothing wrong with people having sex without having a legal contract with a courthouse. You don't need a marriage contract. You don't need to get the government involved. But I would say that any sex you have should be treated with the same seriousness as if you're planning to marry that person. Like, you shouldn't be having just casual sex, nor should you be cheating on somebody, whether you're legally married or not. It's still a violation of trust. So I would say sex and intimacy and relationships should be seen as serious, and they should be treated with respect. And you shouldn't, hop into such things recklessly or without, like, sex should be considered as something very sacred, sanctimonious. Basically, you should try to treat it with the respect that people consider marriage to have. Like, if you meet someone, like, obviously you should have a loving relationship with that person. You shouldn't be like going out and of course you shouldn't betray the trust you'd have with someone. So, I see nothing wrong with people having sex outside of marriage, but I do see it as something that would be condemned as far as like having like orgies or cheating on a spouse or having just hookup culture sort of stuff, or having a body count of like 50 or higher as something that's deplorable. Now, as far as sex, again, I wouldn't say gay sex is sodomy, or that's not what that is. Sodomy is rape. But in the context of this, I would say this. I would say that I see nothing morally, ethically, or religiously wrong in any way, shape, or form with gay sex. I see nothing wrong in any way with people being gay. However, I would say that anyone raping anyone forcing themselves on another person is very wrong, and they should die. I would say, heck, anyone that would rape someone else should die. Anyone that would be like a pedophile or something, like basically anyone who would try to have sexual relations with someone who's 12 years old or younger, death penalty. I would also say anyone who would try to have sex with a dead body, death penalty. Or bestiality, death penalty. But the point is with the Sodom and Gomorrah thing is that they were violent, psychopathic people who would murder and rape people. After all, it's said that a lot of, there was a cry going out to the Lord over the blood of Sodom and Gomorrah. That's not just people being gay, that's people being violent and raping people. And again, it's like, if it was just people being gay, they would have never even tried to do anything in regards to the angels. Plus, here's saying at one point, Lot tries to throw his daughters out to them. So is the rape not a problem if it's women being raped? Like, what's happening here? And here's our thing. The daughters didn't really object to this. Plus, afterwards, heck, it tells you another thing. Relationships in the past, like I know people complain about modern relationships not working out nowadays, but then again, marriages in the past didn't work out either. I mean, heck, Lot and his wife, their marriage fell apart because his wife was too salty. I don't know if anyone gets that joke, and I don't know if that joke's in bad taste. I mean, obviously salty taste. Okay, you guys get the point. That's like a dad joke there, being fucking terrible pun. Being cringy about that. Made a salt joke. Yes, his wife turned to a pillar of salt when she looked back to look at the city that God nuked. And technically it wasn't just Sodom and Gomorrah, it was like 3 other cities as well. So Sodom, Gomorrah, and 3 other cities, God fucking nuked them from fucking orbit. He fucking glassed the entire cities. And that's the other thing. Like a lot of times you look at various cities like, oh, the people turned back to God. But here's the thing, it wasn't just like, oh, they turned back to God because they stopped, doing, like listening to certain types of music or some shit. Which again, what makes you think God likes gospel music? What makes you think God dislikes System of a Down or Korn or Slipknot? What makes you think God doesn't like that music? What makes you think God would have any problem with it? But the other thing is this. A lot of these, like Solomon, turned to other gods and other people. But here's the thing, it wasn't just like, okay, and now they're burning incense of a thing that doesn't smell right. No, they're altars, whether it's Chemosh or Baal or Moloch or Ashtaroth or any of those people. This shit involved people fucking cutting themselves religiously. They would scream, they'd have public sex. And that's the thing, like sex, like I see no sin in people having sex, but I think it should be a act that's treated with respect and intimacy. People having like public fucking orgies in public is disgusting. Or heck, a lot of those things would use religious prostitution. So either they'd use sex as part of a ritual to honor a god, which that's gross. That's not what you should do. Like, there's nothing wrong with sex, but you shouldn't be using it as like a church thing. That's stupid. And the same way, it's like, there's nothing wrong with people being gay, but at the same time, you don't have pride flags in a fucking church. It's disrespectful to God. In the same regard, it's like, there's nothing wrong with certain clothing. Like, you can wear fishnets and stuff, but you wouldn't wear it there because like you're trying to be respectful. Same way, like, there's nothing wrong with a wife sucking her husband's dick, but you're not going to do that in a church pew. So there's nothing wrong with the act itself, but there's a time and a place for it. So, starting to space out. I'm trying to stay focused on what we're discussing. But the point being is that a lot of the sex stuff in the past, the fornication wasn't just people having sex. Like, and in general, back then, if you had sex, you had your spouse. And in general, I would say this: if you're gonna have sex with someone, it should be someone you love and trust, and it should be someone you plan to be monogamous with. And it shouldn't be, cheating on someone. It shouldn't be doing something. And of course, anytime with that, you'd run risk of children or STDs. And of course, if random people were fucking and you don't know who's fucking who, then the question is, what's paternity? What if, there's kids who wind up being orphans or something? There's a lot of suffering that would occur from that. And obviously, so of course, there's a huge problem with that. And of course, how does society function? But more importantly is that a lot of times the fornication was people were doing public sex. They were doing very inappropriate things where they were just doing stuff in public or cheating on people, NTR type stuff. Or, you had the temple prostitution, at which point this is sex slavery. You have people that are being, what's the word for it? I think it starts with a letter E. I can't remember. But the main point is that it's making something that is supposed to be special, like a sacred connection between people, into something disgusting, into something dirty. And people are being it's like human trafficking type shit and slavery, and it's even made into a thing of abuse, at which point people are abusing each other, being violent. And it's just, the main point is sex is supposed to be about a loving, caring, respectful thing between people. And a lot of times it turns into a sort of power dynamic where people are doing things that would just be very, extreme BDSM type stuff. But, far beyond that. Just saying, I would say sex and stuff should be a situation where it's between people that, trust each other and respect each other. And it should be about being respectful toward each other. It shouldn't be a thing about involving humiliation or pain. And again, this is a vast discussion, but the main point is that, there shouldn't be anyone who's a slave in the situation, or is being sold, human trafficking type stuff. And that's one of the big issues that it had with the pagan stuff in the Bible, is that people were having public sex, public orgies. They were doing not very nice things in it. They were also abusing children or animals, or using the stuff as part of a religious ceremony, doing very inappropriate things. They were something that's supposed to be, safe and comforting between people that love each other, is being used into something that's derogatory, abusive, violent, that's sadistic, that's a violation of trust. And a lot of that stuff involved, rape, or even stuff with children, or people mistreating even family members, and incest type stuff. So obviously that stuff is obviously very understandable that a lot of stuff is very fucking disgusting, and that it would be condemned in the Bible. But the point is that they would do a lot of temple prostitution. So you'd have sex, but also there was just people were being... Again, I feel like there's a word that starts with the letter E that I can't remember. But it's just... People were basically being treated like property. And that it was just... I feel like there's a word that starts with the letter E and I can't remember it. But the point being is that the people were just... What is the... I don't even know how I would ask Google. Like, word with letter E in regard to... I don't remember. But the point being is that just... You guys know what I mean. That a person that would be like in the human trafficking, sex slavery thing... It'd be very... Like, I feel like there's a proper word for it that starts with the letter E, but I can't remember what it is. But the main point is that it's a disgusting, horrible thing, and it's a violation of human rights, and it's a violation of everything that is supposed to be sacred about sex or human intimacy or even a person's sense of self. I feel like it's very damaging to, even if there was like no physical damage being done, I feel like it's extremely harmful to an individual's psychology. Whether you're dealing with things like rape or prostitution, I feel like it's a violation of just something precious about a human mind. And that when that's violated, I feel like that's very harmful to that person on the level of their heart and their soul and their mind. And again, I would say like fornication. Fornication is sex that violates the sanctity of monogamy. Whereas I would say sodomy is sex that would violate the sanctity of consent. So by that regard, a sodomite would be someone who's a rapist, someone who's a pedophile, someone who's a necrophiliac, or someone into bestiality. And technically, I guess by that account, NTR and adultery would count as both fornication and that. But main point is this. I think it's fine people to have sex without being legally married by a church or a court. As long as, the people love each other and are commitment to each other, there's plenty of consent and all that. Beyond that, I see no problem with people being gay. But again, everything has a long list of like, okay, it's fine for these people to have a relationship, but it's also, is there consent? Is there violence occurring? Is it... But you guys get what I'm trying to say. There's nothing wrong with a loving, consenting relationship between people, even if they don't have a fucking court document stating they're married. But yeah, the other thing with the people that were turning a God, like, oh, we turned back to God, like, it wasn't just like, okay, they weren't like wearing the proper clothing or they were eating shellfish or something. Like, oh, you ate bacon. Oh, no. No, it was like a lot of these pagan things were like, one, you had the sex thing where you had people having public sex, doing orgies, and you'd have people having kids that don't even know who the dad is. And you'd have like it's just a complete desecration of everything that is sacred or special about human intimacy. It's, at that point, it's just a base carnal lust of people doing things, and there's no love in it at all. But in the same regard, also, like, all these beings, all these pagan deities, what was the main thing they were known for? Violence. They had bloody fucking sacrifices. I mean, the Phoenicians, the Canaanites, the Ashkalites, heck, the Mayans, the Aztecs. I mean, heck, the Aztecs, I think they were known for, there was times where during a certain festival they had 20,000 hearts ripped out of people over the course of a single day. And of course, the human population was a lot lower back then. Heck, they had the priests working in shifts because the priests, their arms would go numb from how much force they were putting on their arms, ripping out heart after heart after heart. The amount of fucking bloodshed. And that's the issue. Like Moloch, it's like your people are throwing their fucking infant babies into a fucking fire while they're being screamed. The heck, the Phoenicians had a fucking system of it to where you were required to fucking slaughter your children. And here's the thing. Like a woman in the Phoenician Empire sort of type stuff, you know, hey, or Carthaginians. Why can't I fucking speak? Like the Carthaginians were the same. But it's like sort of stuff where like if you're a mother in that situation, you were required to kill your kid. And and if you celebrated and were happy about it, well, you know, you were rewarded for it. But if you like showed any tears or sadness about it, you were actively punished. At that point, it's a culture that literally induces people to become psychotic monsters. I mean, at that point, you're psychotically changing people as a culture. Heck, people can even say the same thing about, to a degree, people getting desensitized to seeing, because I think humans have a certain amount of empathy they can handle, and like, I mean, heck, even take modern times of us. How much shit do we see all the time? Oh, war this, war that, explosion that, natural disaster here. I mean, on the news, you see like 20 different deaths on a day, and it's like, that's depressing as fuck, and I feel like it kind of somewhat distorts your worldview, seeing newscast after newscast of horrible tragedies happening. Like, how many mass like stabbers are there? People go out and they just start stabbing people. People get stabbed all the time, and you hear reports of that. And it's like, but here's the thing: in real life, that isn't, you know, and by real life I mean a world that is existing outside of internet or television or radio or anything involving electricity. Heck, even before the printing press. If, maybe not going that far. Main point is this: without television and the radio, if horrible tragedies happened in a state over, would you ever know? You'd never know. Heck, I mean, if it wasn't for like an internet news broadcast, if all of a sudden all of Australia got hit by nuclear warheads, would you know? I mean, obviously if you live in Sydney, Australia, yes. But I mean, if you're like someone in like France, I mean, unless you saw it on TV and it was a news broadcast, how would you know unless someone like sailed on a boat and told you months later? And even then, would you even know it's real? The main point is that humans being bombarded with a lot of very, I don't know, extreme news all the time. And then again, people could say the past few decades, I mean, you see stuff like 9/11, all that stuff, and the pandemic, it's like, again, I mean, you ever watch like news broadcasts and you're like, that's depressing. And then you see news broadcasts and you start like, almost like people become a bit apathetic to it. I don't know. One could also say it's like an idea that maybe watching YouTube and stuff like that, or TikToks, kills people's dopamine drive or interest in things, ability to have an attention span. That could also be argued. Main point being is this: I would say sex is not a bad thing. Sex is a good thing. However, I would say sex that violates trust or monogamy or consent is very bad. And I would say the biggest issue with like, oh, these people turned back to God in the Bible, but all the time this happens, we're dealing with people that, you know, the things they were turning away from was actual straight up just bloodshed, like vicious psychotic shit. Like people were behaving like the fucking Cenobites out of Hellraiser. Like they were cutting themselves and other people and like extreme sadomasochism shit. Like the fucking Hellraiser shit was like they were actually doing that shit. Like it was a thing like in Aztec culture, like they would take ropes with obsidian rocks on them and pierce their flesh, and then they would just pull the rope back and forth, tearing at their own flesh so that it would induce a vision, because you'd have so much pain you'd start hallucinating shit, and also the endorphins and everything. And it's just people were doing absolutely horrendous violent shit to other people, sacrificing so much bloodshed, and they were even viciously hurting themselves. Like it was literally like they were the fucking Cenobites out of fucking Hellraiser. Like fucking Freddy Krueger type shit. And it's just, a lot of this stuff involved a great deal of just sexual abuse. And that's the thing, it was just straight up abuse. It's one thing people have loving, compassionate sex with someone they actually love and trust. It's another thing that it's a violation of everything that's supposed to be pure about it. And when you're actually hurting other people. And it's just the amount of human sacrifice, bloodshed, people just killing babies. I mean, heck, there's things where they'd kill the babies, eat the babies. You'd torture people so they'd be as scared as possible, and then kill and eat them. And it's just like the shit they do in the past, it was just psychotic. I mean, heck, and that's the thing, it's like you see, Solomon was turned away by his 1,000 fucking wives, which that's why did you have 1,000 wives, Solomon? Why? And here's the thing, it's like King David like did the stuff Uriah's wife, and it's like, dude, you're king, don't you have other wives, man? It's like, why would you have any need to be tempted? It's like saying you have a steak dinner in front of you and you go to KFC. You already have food. What's happening? But like King Solomon, like, okay, he's turned away to the other thing, but it's not like he was just like casual, like, oh, I'm gonna light this different type of frankincense. No, you were actively like building shrines to Moloch. The whole point of this shrine is for murdering babies in a horrendously psychotic, disgusting way. So a lot of times, like, when the people are really turning to that kind of stuff and it's just turning back to God, it's people doing horrible, horrible things. I mean, heck, one of the last, and it's insane. Heck, take Jonah and Nineveh. Heck, first, and here's the thing. Jonah was told to go preach against the people of Nineveh. And he didn't want to upset God, but he was scared to go to Nineveh. So he left and he ran. The idea that hoping God wouldn't find him. Here's the thing. Obviously, Jonah would want to make God happy. But why did he go against God? Because God asked Jonah to do something that he was fucking terrified to do. If the issue with the people in Nineveh was just, oh, they need to stop eating bacon or something, you know, it's fine. Like, no. He wanted Jonah to go preach to the people in Nineveh to change their ways. And keep in mind, this, like, if I remember, like, basically like Chaldean type shit, you know? You know, that type of crap, you know? The point is this. If what God had asked Jonah was easy, Jonah would have done it without question. He wouldn't have gone against it in the tiniest bit. But no, what God asked Jonah to do was something that scared the fucking shit out of Jonah. Because the people of Nineveh were doing fucked up shit. They were killing people. They were known for their brutality. People didn't want to go to war with those people. Because they were like, these people will cut off your fucking limbs. They will skin your flesh off. They will boil you to loosen your skin, and they will take a knife and they will skin all of your skin alive, and then you will still be alive, screaming in pain with all of your muscle exposed. That kind of shit. Jonah was fucking terrified of them. So he ran the fuck away because he was scared, because what God asked him to do was not easy. He wasn't telling Jonah to go preach to a fucking bunch of Boy Scouts and Jehovah's Witnesses. Okay? He wasn't telling them, hey, can you go talk to the Amish about the importance of RAM sticks for computers? Can you go to the Amish and tell them, hey, I think computers are awesome. Have you heard of a PlayStation? I think it's cool. I think Crash Bandicoot is awesome. The Amish aren't going to fucking kill you for that. They'll disagree with you. And they'll probably even enjoy having the discussion with you. But they're not going to fucking kill you. They're not going to hurt you over it. Like if you go, I'm going to go to the Jehovah, like it'd be like, hey guys, we're going to go to the Amish and we're going to talk to them about VTubers. The Amish aren't going to hurt you. I mean, they'll probably give you some tea and you eat some biscuits and maybe have a discussion about how to build a barn and the proper way to do carpentry. But they're not going to hurt you. They'll disagree with you, sure, and they're likely not to change their mind on anything when it comes to how you decide, hey, I like electricity. I think this cool science thing is cool. You know? Hey, look at this, a space shuttle. Yay. You know, they're going to disagree with you, but they're not going to hurt you. Jonah was actually fucking terrified of being hurt. Though, of course, the interesting thing is that when Jonah went to preach the people in Nineveh, they actually repented. And Jonah was kind of pissed at first because he wanted them to be punished. He wanted God to like fucking nuke them from orbit like he did to Sodom and Gomorrah. And like I said, back when Sodom and Gomorrah got nuked, it was actually there was 3 other cities, and like God just like dropped 8 hydrogen bombs and fucking thermonuclear bombs fucking on them. And again, like Lot's daughters. One, why are we saying it's okay for them to be like, because they're women? Like what's going on there? Like, are we? But also, here's the thing. There's no mention of their objection to this at all. Like, there is, like, it's, who knows? Maybe they vehemently spoke out against this. And it just wasn't written in the Bible. But here's the thing. Given the fact that they also got their father drunk and both raped him, here's the question. Were Lot's daughters willing participants in that? Meaning, if the people that were trying to break into Lot's house had said, yeah, sure, we'll leave you alone, we'll fuck your daughters, did the daughters actually want that? Like, obviously there's no way for us to know this, and obviously if they didn't, and again, it's horrible, and I consider that to, you know, be rape, and it would be horrible and absolutely horrendous. But the question is this. Given the way they reacted with things with their father, then again, didn't Lot have more daughters in the future? Heck, I might be remembering this wrong. But didn't Lot also have the daughters that Jacob would marry? Abraham's grandson? So that means Abraham went to war to save Lot. Then Lot then watched Sodom get nuked. His wife turned to a pillar of salt. His daughters both raped him. And then he got remarried, had more daughters. And then his uncle's grandson, at some point in the future, like 100 years in the future, some shit, like what, then works for him for like 20 years to marry both of his daughters and to have a good deal of his herd to become his inheritance. But then again, why was Jacob hurting for needing things? Like I know Abraham went and sent one of his servants to go find a woman to be Isaac's wife. But here's the thing. Abraham was extremely wealthy and basically a king by all accounts, right? Long before, like, I mean, heck. And here's the thing. No, here's the thing, but Nineveh, eventually Nineveh was destroyed 100 years after Jonah. But again, that's because they were doing, like, very violent. They were known, again, for being very bloody. They were doing, like, Aztec Mayan shit. They were just, it was psychotic. It's basically, it's like, hey, you have an entire civilization that is just human trafficking, sex slavery, pedophilia, doing stuff in public, you know, all the sex slavery, abuse shit, human sacrifice, I don't know, eating babies, screwing kids, and just having these giant, just horrible shit. And of course being known for, you know, being violent, warlike. Heck, another thing is that, heck, especially in the times of Noah, it's like everyone was defrauding each other. Like, it was like there's so much robbery and fraud and lies and deceit. Like, it was just rampant fraud everywhere. Like, it's one of the biggest reasons God flooded the planet at the time of Noah, was just everyone was defrauding their neighbors. It was like a fucking Minnesota. It's a fucking, you know, leering centers. Basically, God flooded the world in the time of Noah because of the way modern day Minnesota is. But you guys get what I mean, as far as like just Nineveh and all these places got destroyed because like doing absolutely horrible fucking shit. It's fucking insane. But here's the thing. Why was anyone... And of course that means also Lot, like, how old is Lot? What does the family tree become at that point? How fucking rich is he at that point? Also, the grandson of the man who's your uncle who saved you and did all this shit for you after, and of course you've watched nuclear fucking holocausts. You're super fucking rich, and you have more daughters, and now you're bargaining them off to this man for, you know, 7 years of labor for each of them. And then there's 6 years of labor to give him a bunch of... But here's the thing, you have such a massive amount of things. Also, isn't it a disrespect to Abraham to do that? I mean, and even then, how's time progressing at this point? I feel like some paradox has occurred here. And then there's this fact that Jacob shouldn't be hurting for anything. I mean, Abraham was very wealthy. Isaac was well off. And of course, Jacob got Esau's birthright and his blessing. And I understand he was kind of hiding from Esau, because word Esau might try to kill him a few times. But the main point is this. I mean, I understand there's time he had to wait before he could collect on certain things. But the main point is, even by that standard, like, he should still have other things available to him. Then again, the other thing that brings up to me is this. Like, Esau would be going out hunting. Like, he was a hunter. And he, you know, Isaac really liked venison. He liked deer meat. And so, and when he was getting old, like, he asked Esau to go, like, hey, can you catch me and cook me some deer? And then Isaac's wife, like, preferred Jacob, so she, you know, And Isaac was basically blind in his old age. The eyes didn't really work right. He kind of could see, just not much. Everything was blurry for him. And though that's a question, like, like Isaac is the son of Abraham and the father of Jacob. Why did God let Isaac not be able to see very well? Why was it necessary for any of this sort of deceit stuff happen? And of course, like, Isaac helped Jacob like wear some furs and stuff to pretend to be his brother, and helps him cook the venison meat for his dad, and he get the blessing. Like, so many logical issues about that. But also, like, they have other servants. Is there no one else that can cook this venison? No one else getting involved in this? Or even the time, like, Esau traded his birthright, again, as another thing, with Jacob. It's like, for some soup, because he had been out hunting, couldn't find anything. One, why did you not bring more shit with you? Why did you not plan accordingly? Also, do you not have other people? Then again, there's stories of Saul when he was out, before he was king, looking over that he's like apparently the tallest person in all of Israel at that point. Still much shorter than Goliath when that shit showed up. Then again, apparently David, even as a shepherd, had killed lions and bears or bears. Then again, Elisha, there was a disciple of the prophet Elijah. He was bald, and people made fun of him being bald. So he summoned bears out of the fucking woods to maul like 60 people to death for calling him bald. Then again, Elijah called down fireballs from heaven, consuming both the sacrifice thing that was on the mountain thing, but also, groups of people. Like, at one point, a king wanted to arrest him. Sent a captain and 50 men with him. And they tried to arrest Elijah. So call down fire, everyone burns to death. So send another captain, 50 more men. Calls down more fire, everyone burns to death. Then sends another captain, 50 more men. The captain comes up to Elijah and says, hey man, don't kill me. I'm sorry, I know this is kind of rude, me coming up to you saying I need to arrest you and take you to the king. But please understand. Don't kill me, please. Me and my men, none of us want to die. We don't want to die. And we know if we try to take you by force, we will become charred skeleton people. And that will not be fun. But we also know that if we go back empty-handed, the king will have us all executed. We don't want to die. So please, just out of the kindness of your heart, will you please just of your own choice willingly let us arrest you and come back with us as our prisoner? And Elijah's like, yeah, sure. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Then again, I remember you had Samson in the Bible. Very interesting. But also there's so many issues, fear with Samson, because I think logical issues. And there was always issues, concerns, one, did Samson ever actually have children? How many kids were descended from Samson? Did he ever have kids? How old was the oldest of them at the time of his death? The other thing is this. With everything that happened with Delilah, how she tried to chain him up multiple times, oh, this is the secret of my power, and this is the secret of power, and how she kept oh, you said to do this, tie you up this type of rope, and then all of a sudden and there's men come in and try to kill you, and then the man the was ha ha, I lied, I still have my fucking Anakin Skywalker force powers, and then you kill those dudes, and it's what, why would you stay with Delilah at that point? What? And again, it's not like he would be hurting for choices. I mean, why would you choose her specifically in the first place to be with? I know, obviously, there's people that would put her in that position to try to manipulate you, but again, discernment, and it's not like you didn't have other options. And it's not let's be clear. Samson, in every regard, if at any of those points, even the first time Delilah did something very noticeably wrong with that, honestly, if he just smashed your skull in, no one would have fucking said shit wrong to him. One, even if they felt that they could do so without any punishment to themselves, they would have agreed with him. They would have been fully of that opinion. But even if people weren't of that opinion, they wouldn't fucking tell him off on it. So, I mean, one, in of itself, in of the culture, and in of the society he was in, if he had just killed Delilah, or divorced her, or exiled her, that would have been seen as completely normal, and what should have been expected in that society. So it's not like anyone would have raised, like, even if Samson had no means of, retaliation against anyone for speaking up to him, everyone else would have had that first thought be in their heads to begin with. So they never would have questioned him or condemned him for it. That being said, even if they did, they wouldn't have said shit to him, because it's fucking Samson. Dude killed 3,000 men with just the jawbone of a donkey. The man fucking went through a city and lifted up the entire gate of a wall. The man essentially did the equivalent of the fucking Incredible Hulk. No one is fucking talking shit to him about anything. Let alone the fact, like, here's the thing. There was a woman he was going to marry before Delilah. And what happened with that is one day he was out going for a walk, and there's a lion. And, well, at least David, when David killed lions and bears, he had daggers and stones and swords and shit. Samson didn't have that. He literally just fucking beat the shit out of a lion like he was fucking Yujiro Hanma. And then he just went walking on his day. And then as he walked back, he realized, oh, there's that corpse of that lion I beat the fucking shit out of with fucking karate. And fucking like choked out a lion like I'm fucking Yujiro Hanma. And then he sees, oh, bees have built a nest full of honey inside the fucking lion's corpse. So you have blood honey. It's the bees have made honey, but there's blood of the dead animal in the honey, which I don't think is very hygienic. I don't think that would be, I mean, I'm not Jewish, but I don't think that would be kosher. But I'm just saying, it just doesn't, I don't think honey and blood would be good or healthy. But anyway, he sticks his hand in the corpse of the lion. And again, aren't the bees angry about this? Aren't the bees fucking stinging you? I mean, I know you're not allergic, Samson. I know you beat the fucking shit out of a lion. But you know what? I don't care how fucking strong you are. A swarm of 1,000 bees should be a fucking concern, man. We do not have anaphylactic, counteracting fucking, EpiPens in the fucking biblical times. I don't care how fucking strong you are. I don't care if you're not allergic to bees. I'm pretty sure a swarm of 1,000 bees is a fucking issue. Why are the bees not attacking you, Samson? Why are the bees not fucking attacking you? Jesus Christ. You just fucking walk up to the dead corpse of a lion, shove your fucking, you just start fisting the lion in its cavity, and you just start licking your arm like it's a giant fucking lollipop. Then you rip out the fucking bee hive and carry it with you. Again, are the bees not angry? Are the bees not stinging you? Did the bees all say, fuck this shit at Samson and just leave the fucking hive? I understand you're a hairy man. It's mentioned you had a bit of, but the bees would still sting you. I don't care if you're not allergic. I don't care if you have a bit of a resistance. Thousands of fucking bees stinging you like you're fucking Nicolas Cage. You should die of because here's the thing. The thing is this, bees, when they sting you, in the stinger is a tiny little sac full of a tiny amount of venom and poison. Granted, it's not very dangerous to humans, unless you're allergic, mind you. But in general, if a bee stings you, yes, it hurts because something just poked you with a fucking sharp, stabby object. Fucking bees will fucking stab you with fucking dare. It hurts. It's a tiny little thumbtack. It's not a major thing. But you know, it still fucking hurts. I've been stung by bees before. It fucking sucked. I disliked it. I bitched and whined about it. I found it very uncomfortable. But I'll tell you this. There's a little... Granted, you have to look close at the stinger to see it. And of course, most times stinger will just fall out of you on its own before you even notice. You brush it off. But I'll tell you this. There's a tiny little sac that's on it that pumps in it with your blood, with your pulse of your heart. And the tiny little sac has a little bit of poison. But here's the thing. The bee poison, unless you're allergic, isn't really dangerous. You're going to be more annoyed with the fact that something stabbed you and now you have a tiny little welt from a tiny little stabbing. Because the bee is a jerk. Granted, he's dead now because it's a very stupid evolutionary choice. That, oh, you now stung the person, but now you're dead because your stinger rips out of you and you die. That's a horrible evolutionary choice. Why would you want to evolve that way? Who the fuck invented this Digimon? Then again, I'm like, why did God make fleas? Or mosquitoes? Or worms and stuff like that? Or ticks? Like, why does this exist? Then again, you see various things in the deep sea documentaries, and you're like, God, why did you make that? Why did that have to exist? Like, there's certain spiders, like, I understand spiders as a whole, sure. But you see, like, some shit in fucking Australian documentaries or a whole forest of trees covered in fucking spider swarms. Like a whole spider season, the trees are covered in tons and tons of where you can't see the leaves through all the fucking spider webs and cocoons and nests of bullshit. Just spider eggs everywhere, and there's floating balloons through the sky like it's a fucking Zerg in goddamn StarCraft. But no, it's a floating balloons of spider eggs, and then there's spiders flying through the sky. Why? Getting distracted. Point is, I do feel that certain species of spiders and certain things that exist in the natural world shouldn't exist, and I question the sanity of God as to why you made these things. But that aside, why did the bees not sting Samson? Why does no one, like, do we have soap? That's a question. In the times of, like, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, Moses, Elijah, Malachi, even the times of Jesus and Peter and the first popes, how much soap was people using? I mean, heck, there's a saying in the back of the Queen of England said she'd take a bath once a month, whether she needed it or not. What do you mean whether you needed it or not? What do you mean whether you needed it or not? I take 15 showers a week, and I take multiple baths a month. Over the course of a single month, I take at least 70 showers and 3 baths. Minimum. The fuck you mean you take one bath of fucking... Then again, there's some, like, the old budikus, the monks of the ancient times, like, especially China and shit. Like, there's some things like, oh, we only take a bath, technically wash ourselves twice a month. To where technically, by their vows of living an aesthetic, pure, non-materialistic life, like, oh, you only have the one robe with maybe 2 extra sets. You're allowed to own one bowl unless it gets this many cracks in it. And, oh, you can't accept money from this, and you can't eat this certain thing. You can't have meat, and heck, you can't have sex. Heck, you can't even be alone anywhere with the woman because it could be seen as improper. But then there's also like, oh, you can only wash yourself twice a month. And even then, It's not like people had fucking fancy, like, one, what was the common standard for people cleaning themselves back then? But even then, what do you have to clean yourself with? Do you have soap? Do you have antibacterial soap? Do you have Head and Shoulders? Do you have proper shampoos? Do you have anything with a proper scent? Do you have any heated water? I understand it's a bit of a trouble. You gotta make a fucking campfire in order to boil water to have heated water or anything. Not like there's fucking hot springs everywhere. And even then, a lot of times where you're bathing, well, in the middle of a fucking river where there's fucking fish and shit. I mean, great, now you're bathing, but now there's worms and crabs everywhere. No. It's not like you're getting clean water you can bathe in. It's not like you have privacy or your own little place. It's not like it's convenient or easy. And even then, it's not like you have soap or the proper stuff for that. But even then, most of the time, they're not even taking a proper bath. You're just taking a washcloth and washing yourself. How fucking stinky would everyone have to be? Think about this. A time where no one has fucking soap. No one has fucking deodorant or toothpaste. How was anyone cleaning anything? Like, even in the time of Abraham, what was the process of actually washing? And like I said, I can understand certain kosher laws they had in the Bible when it came to certain foods you ate. Like, okay, obviously you shouldn't eat bacon in the past. And shellfish. Why? Shellfish doesn't keep very well. You're more likely to get serious food poisoning that will fucking kill you. Bacon. If you don't take care of pigs correctly, their food doesn't properly, digest or clean things correctly. For example, a lot of fish can contain mercury and stuff, especially sharks and stuff, if you don't clean that shit right. Same regard, pigs. If you do not take care of the pigs correctly, the food will poison you. Not to mention, if you don't cook it correctly, food poisoning. Plus, the possibility of worms. The amount of people, if you do not prepare pig correctly, if you do not cook bacon correctly, you can end up with fucking worms in your actual fucking brain. So the amount of parasites you would get, the amount of food poisoning, and the amount of contaminations from improperly, it's because they were treated like fucking garbage disposal for certain things. So obviously, if there's certain contaminants in the food, like if there was mercury or anything, even trace amounts of stuff that's not going to kill the pig, but it's going to build up in you, it's not very healthy. So at that point, it's less criticism of pigs and more of we don't have proper technology or an FDA to make sure the food is being cooked right. It's why you don't have random people having a fucking restaurant in front of their house. Because you don't know that fucking person. Oh, but they, okay, yeah, they're selling food out of their home. But here's the thing. Heck, a lot of people use fraud because they'll get money or food illegitimately and they'll actually sell it that way to turn it into a profit. Which again, but as long as you're not, defrauding people for it. But here's the problem. The random person cooking or shit in front of their home, you don't know them. What is the standard of the cooking there? What's the standard of hygiene and cleanliness? How often do they clean their kitchen? What kind of chemicals? Did they cook the shit right? Is the ingredients expired? Can you trust the quality of that? At least if I go to a Wendy's, I can be assured that the food is not expired, that everything's fresh, and that there's regulations and safety checks making sure the food is kosher, that the food is not kosher, but the food is not expired or gross. There's standards like you don't want cross-contamination. You're not cooking the chicken right next to the hamburger on the grill. You're not going to get salmonella or botulism or something. You're not having people, scratch their fucking butthole and then fucking just fist their hand into the fucking fryers with the fucking fries and shove it in your fucking bag all loose. People are being cleanly. And they're not touching things with their hands, and they're wearing gloves, and everything's clean, and there's no germs, and the food is, it doesn't have parasites in it, everything's taken care of. I mean, heck, if you look at the Bible, a lot of this stuff is there's passages about how to properly clean mold out of a cave or tents. It's not like that's the word of God. Because here's the thing. the voice of God matters. But at the same time, there are many laws in the Bible that are not based off of the voice of God. You have scriptures that are these, like here, you have some scriptures that, okay, this is God giving you commandments to the people about things, what's religious law. But then you also have this. It's a theocracy. Back then, the people that were the priests and stuff, they're also trying to make a system of governance for, the people. They have to make a system of laws for society. So it's not like these laws are the voice of God. It's kind of like, for example, the Torah. The Torah is the first 5 books of the Bible. But there's other things of the Bible, like there's the collections of, history, like the books of Kings and Chronicles and Esther. You have things like Psalms and Proverbs or sayings. You have things that are the speakings of the prophets. And there's different words for all of these things. Like you have things like the Mishnah and the Talmud. And if I remember correctly, I believe the Talmud is a collection that was stuff that was written. Some of it was written before Jesus, some after it, but it's basically stuff these are writings by rabbis who are basically talking about what is established as accepted as right and wrong in the Jewish communities, at least according to many Orthodox things. I am not an expert at any of this, and I do not claim to be, and I know there is much I do not understand, and I'm probably misunderstanding even the little bit that I'm trying to represent right now. But the point being is this. Many rabbis had many discussions about what they thought was right. And they wrote that down. However, the words of the rabbis is not the word of God, meaning they do not have the authority of the Creator. These are humans making judgments based on what they think is best. Now, many would agree with them saying that they do know what is best. But the point that we can all agree on, even if you are a hardcore Jewish Orthodox individual, is that a rabbi is not God. In the same regard, I would say the Pope is not God. No, granted, many Catholics might disagree when it comes to how seriously you take that. But of course, the question is this. If you're a Catholic, and if the Pope says something is right or wrong, do you necessarily have to immediately agree with him? Is the Pope's word on par with as if God himself said it? Same way if you're any denomination of Christian or Jew or any religion, if your local priest says something, is it considered the same weight as if God himself said it? Like if you are a Protestant out there and your pastor says something, does that carry the same weight as if Jesus himself said it? Where do you draw the line? And that's the point, is that, heck, even if you are, say, a Christian, you look at the Bible, well, yes, belief and faith is based on, it's the same God from the Old Testament, but it's the belief that Jesus is the Messiah, God born in the flesh, Jesus, the Word walked among us, and that, Jesus is God wrapped in the flesh, the Word wrapped in the flesh, God with us, and that He died on the cross for our sins, and that He resurrected, and that all that have faith and trust in Him shall have eternal life. Though I've gone this, again, I don't think if people don't believe in Jesus, they would necessarily go to hell. I think God knows the hearts and minds. And I don't think everyone who claims Father, Jesus, and say they believe in Jesus is going to go to heaven. But at the same time, I don't think anyone would be punished just for not believing. I think God understands who you are as a person, and that above all, I would say God is fair. But I would also say there's many like prosperity preachers who are very horrible people who I would say they're not good people. Like, and again, there's people that would go to those mega churches and things like that. And of course, I've met many small-time preachers who just had a small church congregation, who have very big aspirations that they want to be televangelists, that they want to be like Kenneth Copeland. But their name will never go beyond the city they live in. And they'll never, and now granted, they'll still make a decent amount of money from their congregation. But at that point, they don't view their people in their pews as people. They view them just as their stocks. Basically, like they're like the pastor's is a fucking politician lying to you, trying to say whatever they can to be as popular as possible, or like a grifter, or like I say a Twitch streamer that's just like, hey, you need to pay me this, pay this, and like viewing your people as like a pay piggy sort of thing. And again, not all people are like that. I know there's many streamers that get super chats and stuff from their donations, and they're actually very appreciative of every single person, and that they don't do what they do purely for that, and they just enjoy the, making the streams, and they appreciate every donation. But of course, there's, an ebb and flow to that. There's people that are very wholesome, and there's people that are not. Again, use your own discretion at that. Heck, there's many, granted, I don't donate money to anyone, but there's many streamers I watch that I find very enjoyable to watch. I consider them to be good people, to be very interesting people, very entertaining to watch. And every time someone super chats or sends them money, I'm fucking cheering them on. I'm like, put my fist in the air like it's a fucking Disturbed concert, like, yeah, good for you. And I'm like, I think that's awesome. But it's just, I feel like a lot of preachers they don't give a shit about the people. They just want a fucking power trip. They want control, and they just want money. They just greed and vanity, cowardice and hate and spite. And it's just like a very narcissistic individuals. And it's just almost like they're fucking wolves. And that they're not shepherds of God's people. They're manipulators who are of their father the devil, and who are making merchandise of the congregation, of the people sitting in the pews. But of course, like I said, I would say that's true of anyone and anything you do, that whether it be a church or anything you go to, anything you believe in, like if you have someone you look up to, the question is this: you need to weigh that person's heart and mind. Simply put is this: say if you're a person that goes to a church, especially if you're a person who goes to a dedicated church, meaning you go to the same church every Sunday. The question is this: what is your personal feeling in regards to the preacher of the church you attend? Meaning, do you respect the pastor of your church? What do you think their heart and mind is at? What is their motivation? What are they like when they aren't up on that pulpit? Like, what do you think they are in their private life? You'd be surprised the amount of preachers and pastors and priests that commit adultery on their wives, cheat on taxes. Not that you really have to. A lot of things are exempt from tax when it comes to churches. But I'm just saying this. It's just, you would be surprised the amount of people that portray themselves as holier than thou, who are actually very, very bad people, who are very hypocritical, and it's just, yeah, I mean, like I said, I know it's a pretty popular example, but Kenneth Copeland, he's a pretty well-known prosperity preacher, but of course you look up the word prosperity preacher, you'll see lots of clips of people, and it's just absolute, it sounds like you're listening to someone who's possessed by a demon. And here's the thing: I've seen preachers in my real life. I've been to churches where I've listened to a preacher and it literally sounds like Kenneth Copeland. the way the person talks and what they talk about. The only difference is Kenneth Copeland is just about a billionaire. He's a massive multimillionaire, owns a fucking jet and plane and like 30 Rolls Royces and Bentleys and a fucking huge like multi-million-dollar homes and shit like that. And is in a giant mega church with tens of thousands of people being broadcast to millions. Even to the home of that TV, Isaac's mother in The Binding of Isaac. And then, of course, you have the small preachers who are in a small church congregation, and their name will never be known outside their city. But I'll tell you this, they will live a life that's practically that of a king compared to that of the people in their congregation. Like the people in their congregation all around will basically be struggling to make ends meet. And then the pastor will actually have a very large home that he fully owns. And a family and lots of things that are very expensive. Clothes, cars, assets, businesses, all sorts of things that are extremely expensive, all paid with money from the church. And you have to question just what your thoughts are on that. Heck, the question is this. Obviously, you can watch a clip of Kenneth Copeland and be like, you disagree. Like, you feel that, dude's a fucking psychopath. And probably possessed by demons. And here's the question. The people in that church giving all that money to Kenneth Copeland. Here's the question. All that money they give to Kenneth Copeland. All the times they spend in that church, and he even have Kenneth Copeland pray over you. Does that actually bring any of them closer to God? Is God happy with any of that? Then again, at the end of the day is this. God cares more about who you are as a person and what your faith is and where you're searching. After all, you really believe in God, you'll read the Bible. You'll search for God on your own. You'll pray to God. And you'll try to live in a way that you think God would be happy with you on. And you will think about everything you consider right or wrong and decide why you feel that way. But here's the question. At the end of the day is this. Does God keep a ledger of every fucking tally mark of everything you did wrong or right? Is it going to be like a fucking scorecard when you get to heaven? Like they're going to weigh things like an abacus against you? More importantly, when it comes right down to it, how much does God care how much money you gave the pastor? I feel that there's so many people that go to church that care more about their fucking attendance record for sitting in that fucking church pew than the actual content of their heart. They care more about whether or not you're sitting in every church service or not. That's the measure of righteousness. Like, people say, well, I attended church every Sunday. But they'll still lie to people. They'll cheat people. They'll do bad things, be hateful, and behave in a horrible manner. Heck, I will say this. Sometimes people say, well, when you turn to God, you become a different person. But here's the thing. There's so many people I know, particularly old people, and some preachers and such, who I knew what they were like before they went to God, and they were absolutely horrible. And I'll say this, they definitely became better people when they stopped, being alcoholics or doing horrible things. But at the end of the day is this. You see the way they live their life. You see the way they talk to people and the way they are about things. And you're like, even if you have to suddenly forgive them for everything they've ever done in the past, well, you still see that they're still a horrible person with the way they talk and the way they behave. Heck, I'll tell you this. Imagine like if Hitler, after World War II, suddenly became like a preacher or something. And he's like, well, I accepted God. You have to forgive me for everything. It's like, I don't think that really changed you as a person, especially if you're still actually, being mean to people. And also at that point, if he's at a church and there's a preacher above him that accepted him, well, here's the thing. If there's a preacher that accepted the reformed Hitler, I'm like, but what does that say about him? And again, maybe you, that's like, you're saying he's a good person? No, I'm saying this. The thing is this. I would say, realistically, that Hitler did not reform, and he just did so to avoid being executed for war crimes, and that whatever preacher that would be involved in that situation being above him would know fully well and probably took a bribe to accept that. I'm just saying, I don't trust the sincerity in their heart. I would say that if Hitler, maybe if Osama bin Laden said that he found Jesus, I would very much doubt the sincerity in that, and I would believe it would be a lie. But again, that's for God to make the decision of. But for my own human common sense, I'm pretty sure a lie would be involved. I'm pretty sure it's, you have to be able to have some discernment. Yes, you shouldn't be arrogant. You shouldn't be naive. But it doesn't mean don't think about things. You have to. In the words of Butler, it's not a good idea to just stop thinking. Just because you don't have all the information. Yes, but at the same time, you can make a pretty reasonable decision. Yes, you don't have all the information about Hitler. But if one day you hear Hitler say he's found Jesus and he's joining, he wants to go to the Vatican and become an exorcist or something. Why do I feel like that'd be a weird Netflix show? I feel like Netflix would make that a television show. I don't know. We're getting distracted. The point is, Samson tore a fucking beehive out of a fucking dead lion. Took that home. And then he took the honey out of it and gave it to his parents. And his parents didn't know where the honey came from. He just said, I found this beehive in the forest. Brought you some honey. That's all his parents knew. He gave them, and they ate it, and they thought it was delicious. And he also saved it, and he gave other people honey. Anyway, later on, he was going to get married to this one woman. This is way before Delilah. Anyway, so he's at a public party, and he has a bet with people. Say, hey, you 30, because there's 30 people there. And he's like, okay, how about this? Here's what I'm going to do. I have a riddle. You solve my riddle, I have to give each of you a set of clothes. But you fail to solve my riddle, you all have to give me sets of clothes and some money and stuff. And he says the riddle, and it's about that honey. And none of them can fucking figure it out. So, they pressure the woman he was going to marry and say, hey, you get your fiancé to tell us the answer to the riddle, or we will kill you and your dad. So, she gets it out of Samson, tells them, and then they publicly answer his riddle. And Samson is fucking pissed, and he immediately looks at them and says, fuck you, you stupid fucking pieces of shit. You only fucking knew that because you fucking coerced my soon-to-be wife. You fucking assholes. But you know what? I'm a man of my word. I'm very disappointed with all of you. I would say I'm not angry, but I'm very fucking angry. But I'm disappointed in a lot of things. But I'm not a liar. Granted, you violated the fucking, spirit, the intent of the fucking riddle. And you cheated. But I gave my word that if you answered it, I'd pay the bet. Granted, you fucking cheated, but I will still pay what I owe. So then Samson goes to the local city and just start brutally murdering people that are considered enemies of God. Basically, anyone, basically the Philistines. Basically just going there, you're just fucking killing people. So he's just murdering people and taking all their clothes and possessions. And then just comes back and is like, okay, here's all these bloody outfits and clothes. I paid my bet. And then he goes off on a walk for a bit because he's fucking pissed. And he comes back from his walk. And he's like, where's the woman I was going to marry? And he's talking to the girl's dad. She's like, well, he's like, man, I thought you were pissed with my daughter after everything. I thought you didn't want to see her anymore. So I agreed to marry her off to another man. And Samson's like, I didn't say I didn't want to marry her. But fuck. Okay. And so then he captured a bunch of foxes. And they tied their tails together. So the pairs of foxes with their tails together. Then he tied torches on fire to the foxes' tails. And of course the foxes are very scared and angry about this because their tails are on fire like it's a fucking Pokemon. I think it was like a Vulpix or something. Now I think maybe that's the origin how like Vulpix, like Samson created Pokemon. So now Vulpixes are running around city. And so an entire city burns to the fucking ground. Because Vulpixes are unleashed by Samson. Yes, I'm making a bit of facetious joke in terms of Vulpix. It's not actually a Pokemon. But he actually did capture a bunch of fucking foxes, take them in pairs, tie their tails together, and then tie lit fucking torches to their tails so that the scared, fucking terrified animals run for their lives from their own tails into people's farmlands and cities, burning entire farmlands and cities to the ground, causing who knows how many thousands of deaths. There's also a situation where Samson, also David technically did this at one point too, went out and killed hundreds and hundreds of people, and then cut off their dicks, and then put all their dicks in a bag, and then I think at one point walking around with a bag of 200 severed dicks. Just a bag of giant bag of dicks. Apparently that's a repeating story in the Bible for some reason. It's happened multiple times. Why? I don't know. It sounds like a very weird thing. I feel like there's a very weird circumstance occurring here. At one point it was even used as a dowry payment to a person for their daughter. Basically, hey, I want to marry your daughter. Like, oh, you need to prove that you are worthy of my daughter. So then the person's like, well, there's this group of people that are at war with our people. So I'm going to go out and kill 200 of them and cut off their penises. And now I'm going to present you this bag of 200 severed penises so that I may marry your daughter. I don't know. It's kind of like German fairy tales. Like there's a German fairy tale. Like there's two kids and they're told not to go outside. But they go outside. And then owls come and eat their faces. And they scream in pain and die. I don't know what the moral of the story is. What's the moral of the story? That you should get banana peppers on your pizza at Little Caesars? That you shouldn't touch grass? Stay inside? What the fuck? What's the fucking moral? Heck, you guys remember like at one point I read the story of Bluebeard? I don't know. Heck, at one point I read the Tao Te Ching. The Tao. You guys know what I mean. Use pictures like Final Fantasy IV and Final Fantasy VI as backdrops. But also there was a story of Bluebeard. There's a man who's old. He's a Bluebeard. His hair is blue. And then he has wives, but all his wives have disappeared in the past. Anyway, he's got a really rich house. And he marries a woman, and she knows about his past, but it's cool. Because it don't matter. Anyway, he's super loving to this woman. He does everything for her. But he also is like, hey, I have a basement. Stay out of the basement. Don't ever go in the basement. It's a very bad thing if you go in the basement. If you go in the basement, I will fucking kill you. But hey, if you don't go in the basement, you get to continue living your life and do whatever you wanted. Anyway, she's eventually just very curious. So she goes into the basement and finds all the dead bodies of all the previous wives. And then, he's like, hey, you went in the basement. So then he kills her. And then I guess he gets another wife and maybe she doesn't go in the basement. I don't know. Everyone's like, what's the point of the story? I don't know. Don't marry a person with a basement you can't go into. I mean, technically Freddy Krueger had a basement he didn't want his family going into. I mean, it turned out the same, but Freddy Krueger didn't have blue beard, I guess. Technically, the parts of that story dimension tied to the Cenobites, too, with Hellraiser. Making a Hellraiser video game, I don't know how that works out. I mean, what the fuck are we talking about? I don't know. I need to go to bed at some point. Probably go to Wendy's to get some food so I can go to sleep because I need to go to work, and I've been trying to make shorter videos and not go on tangents. That has not gone very well at all this time now. We have been recording this for a while now, and I got carried away talking about stuff. Anyway, I still want to finish reading this one part of the thing with the, the actual thing I'm doing a video game on. It's like, hey, we went from odd otaku video gamer who is touch-starved and doesn't remember what a hug feels like and listens to Comfortably Numb by Pink Floyd to man goes off on tangent talking about Samson and Pokemon. Why am I imagining Ninetales being ridden by Naruto? And not in that way, you sick fucks. And okay, I went from imagining Naruto riding Ninetales like a horse, fighting as a medieval knight in King Arthur, and then my mind just jumped to him using Shadow Clone Jutsu and being the sexy no jutsu with the big titties and the cute hot anime girl. Also, they're all futa. So, futa no jutsu, futa harem. I liked Tenchi Muyo growing up. I had a bit of a crush on Ryoko, as well as Washu and Mihoshi. How would you feel if you had a harem? Like, you had 6 beautiful wives, beautiful women, beautiful tits, but they're also futa. They all have dicks. Everyone's like, what is this? Heck, I still say Kairi Ushiromiya looks like Ivy from Soul Calibur 2. Also looks like Saray, the VTuber. Also looks like Kaoru from Evangelion. Still what? Heck, I think Albedo from Overlord. Pretty sexy. Reincarnated Slime's a good anime. I'm looking forward to Halo Combat Evolved and the Ananta video game, like basic anime Grand Theft Auto. But yeah. I guess the main point being is this. Samson. What exactly did Samson know about God? Or another way, thing is this, back with this whole, and again, it was kind of like, how, like, Jacob shouldn't have been hurting for money, and even then, it's kind of fucked up for Lot to do the thing, and again, I gotta double check that, maybe I'm remembering that wrong, but it's like, how much time has gone by, how many kids has Lot had, at that point, how rich is Lot, and it's just like, okay, I mean, Lot, is there any dishonor in letting Jacob marry your daughters after all? His grandfather, your uncle, is the one who like fucking saved you multiple times, plus you've witnessed a fucking nuclear holocaust. God has nuked fucking cities from orbit, like you've seen God's fucking space station as like a fucking Death Star shows up and fucking shoots a laser beam, and you're like, you watched Alderaan burn into fucking flames. At that point, maybe don't be such an arrogant prick and just let your uncle's grandson marry your fucking daughters without forcing him to work for fucking 20 years as your servant. I mean, it just seems to be the right thing to me, man. But the other thing is this. Why was Jacob hurting for options in terms of wives or in terms of wealth? But here's the thing. I can understand. And here's the thing. Again, Sodom and Gomorrah. They were not destroyed because people were gay. Being gay is not a problem. Like, it was just an issue with the angels. If it was just a bunch of gay people, they would still respect consent. So they'd find the angels attractive. Be like Angel Devil from fucking Chainsaw Man. Like, okay, that's cute. But, oh, he doesn't want to. Okay, cool. You respect consent. It'd be like, imagine if you had the straightest man in the world, and you put him in a room with the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, and they're all, everyone's naked. Yes, the man will get a boner. He'll be staring at all their titties, and he'll be very turned on and horny. But he's going to basically just, blush a bit and cover his dick. He's not going to start raping the women. Like, you can take a 100% super straight man who's very horny and then put naked women in front of him. Yes, he's going to get a boner, and he's going to be turned on, and he's going to be sexually interested in those women. And looking at the jiggle physics of the bouncing titties. But you know what he's not going to do? Assault them. I mean, he might try to talk to them and flirt a bit and say, hey, I know it's weird we're in some random room like it's a fucking izakaya or something, but you want to grab a coffee later? You might ask him out. And obviously if the women approach him and say they want to do stuff, he'd probably say yes. But the main point is this. At most, the guy might go up like, hey, you're a very beautiful woman. Do you want to have sex? And the women were like, no, we do not want to have sex. And the man was like, okay, that's cool. I'm going to go walk over here and wonder why we suddenly teleported into a giant white room and we're all naked. Probably space aliens. This is probably something to do with space aliens. But aside from the fact that, ignoring the fact that people would probably be a bit more, perturbed to the fact that everyone's being teleported and shit. Main point is this. You took a man who's completely straight, and even say, he's extremely horny and is very blue-balled. Let's go with that. And suddenly there's several very beautiful women who are naked, and they have giant titties, and they are extremely beautiful and attractive. He's not going to start raping them. Just because you're sexually interested in someone doesn't mean you're going to fucking assault them. If the Sodom and Gomorrah story was just people being gay, one, it wouldn't have affected people outside the city. People wouldn't be scared to go to Sodom. They wouldn't be scared of the area. And again, the reason why people were scared of the area, because they were known for robbing people, cannibalism, theft, rape, murder, being highwaymen, attacking trade routes, all kinds of shit like that. Actual fucking slavery and torture shit that makes the fucking horror movies we have nowadays fucking look tame by comparison. They were doing fucking Cenobite shit. People were literally doing bodily mutilation things to themselves and to others. It's like Pinhead from fucking Hellraiser saying, hey, you see all these pins and shit I've done to my body? I'm willing to do this to myself. Think of what I'll do to you. You have people that are doing horrible things to themselves, doing horrible things to other people. And it's just sadistic. It's cruel. And above all, there is no regard for another person's bodily or psychological autonomy, or for their consent, or for any sort of compassion or kindness, or even just human decency. I mean, it's one thing not to be beholden to societal cultural norms. It's another thing to completely thwart them at every turn and desecrate them. Like I said, there's a proper way to things, and it's obviously there's certain things that's unacceptable. It's one thing to say, okay, there's nothing wrong with two people having a loving, consensual relationship where they're fucking each other, having lots of sex. It's another thing if you have fucking, child abuse, human slavery, torture, fucking rape shit happening, or public sex orgies, and then women getting pregnant after being fucked by 1,000+ people. Heck, isn't that Blue person did 1,000 people And then she's done it multiple times. And then I was like, she's now trying to purposely get pregnant. And it's just, another thing is this, that's not psychologically good for anyone. Like, I know people can say like, oh, that's misogynistic to say you care about a woman's body count. Here's the thing, it's not about gender. It is not even about sexuality. It doesn't matter if you're straight or gay or a man or a woman. A higher body count will cause psychological damage to a person. It damages your soul. And it damages your pair bonding ability. And it says something about how much value and just how sacred you actually consider sex. Is sex actually like your body is your temple. You should have some respect for your body. At the end of the day is this. Yes, you can have sex with multiple people over the course of your life. But it should be every time you're having sex, you're in a committed relationship and you're not going to cheat on that person and you're expecting that person not to cheat on you. And the point is sex a special, intimate thing between you and another chosen person that you love and trust? Or is it something you're just casually throwing out and giving to everyone? Not to mention the amount of STDs, or, I mean, imagine also if a woman has sex with 50 men and then gets pregnant. Okay, is that child ever going to know who their father is? I mean, think about how heartless that is to that child. A child, like, that child deserves to know who their dad is. That's very heartless to that kid. What kind of fucking childhood is that? Plus, here's the thing. Not just knowing having a father, but actually having a loving father. I mean, heck, that should probably be like one of the best indicators if someone's a good mother. Okay, did you pick a good father for the kid? Because the main point is this. Okay, if you're going to produce a child with somebody, and at the very least, even if, like, okay, you're a woman and you got with a man and he cheated on you and he left or something. Okay, if you at least had the expectation that you thought that that man would be a good husband and good father, then you're in the clear. Because as far as I'm concerned, is this. Say if you're a woman and you're a single mother, but you at least had the honest expectation that you believed the man you were with was going to be a good husband and a good father, then I'd say you at least tried. You know, you were at least trying to have a good parent for the child, and you at least believed that that person would be a good father and a good husband. So I would say you at least passed in that regard. But I would also say, if you're a woman out there and you went out with a man who was like a drug dealer or something, and you knew right from the get-go that he was not going to be a good husband or a good father, and you got pregnant with him on purpose. Or heck, imagine if you're a woman and you meet a man who's already married to another woman and he's cheating on that woman with you. Like, there's concerns about, and it's one thing like maybe they're going through a divorce or something, but it's another thing if like they're actively still married, there's an expectation that they're going to stay married forever, and you just then have unprotected sex with this man with no protection whatsoever, with the expectation that this man's going to stay married to this other woman, but just sort of like, oh, maybe I won't get pregnant. Like no, that's not how biology works. But then imagine if you eventually wound up marrying that man anyway. Like, there's questions about, like, is that a smart decision? I would wager no. No, it is not. Okay, main thing I'm saying is this. I feel like there's certain logical discrepancies I want to bring up in terms of the Bible. Two of them. One, people say, oh, well, God says you do this and this and this and go to hell. Here's the thing. One, if God were to be so strict about certain things, to saying, oh, you ate bacon, or you love somebody I don't approve of, then, or you didn't give enough money in tithes, so you go to hell. If God is that strict about that stuff when it comes to that, then at that point, there's no pleasing that person. Plus, a lot of the ways that a lot of these preachers that are trying to manipulate people, they're using like threats and manipulation and gaslighting. and coercion. Not only does this speak volumes to a lack of moral integrity on the part of the preacher, but also the way they're portraying. Heck, a lot of times the way the preachers speak about God. They either portray God as if he's a mafia boss who will deny you protection for not paying your protection fee, or that, I mean, heck, didn't Jesus criticize, like, was it Nicodemus for thinking he could buy the blessings of God? Didn't Jesus condemn Nicodemus for that? If I remember the right name. And heck, here's the thing. A lot of times the way they just talk about God, I mean, at that point, they basically talk about God as if like he's like a drunken, abusive, like step-parent or some shit, the way they talk about, or like the person's always going to be like, you're always in trouble for something, or you're going to be yelled at, or just a person's belligerently angry, or there's a person with unreasonable expectations, and where they basically expect absolute obedience with no understanding and no respect whatsoever, and it's just an abuse of authority. And it's like, no part of that seems just. After all, Jesus is mentioned, like, what were the things that God wants most of his people? And Jesus is like, there's three things that God wants most of his people. 1, to love the Lord your God. 2, to do what is right. And 3, to love justice. It's basically to love justice, to love mercy, and to love God. And I think just about anybody of any Christian or Jewish denomination would agree that it is good to love the Lord your God, and that it is good to love justice, and that it is good to love mercy. Though, an addendum to the mercy thing is this. Mercy to the cruel is cruelty to the innocent. Simply put is this. If there's a person out there going around murdering and raping people, you kill that person. You fucking kill that person. I mean, you don't need to torture them or go out of a way to be cruel to them, but you fucking kill them. Fucking sparing their life and just letting them go free. Not only is that a complete spit in the face to the people that were already victimized by that person, but how many more people are now going to die and be violated and suffer because you showed mercy to a fucking serial killer? And again, everything's got different circumstances. For example, if there's a man who gets into a yelling argument with someone at a bar and the person like insults his mother or something, and so he punches the other dude, and the dude like falls backward, and he's like, haha, fuck you, man, that's what you get for talking shit to me. And then he goes home, and the next day the police show up and say, hey man, that person you punched, when he landed, he fractured his skull and died. Well, obviously in that situation we shouldn't put that man to death. It was never that person's intention for that person in the bar fight to just die. And given the circumstance of it. Same way, if there's a man and he's in his home and burglars show up into his house and he pulls out his shotgun or pistols or SMGs and shoots the burglars that broke into his home, well, he should certainly not be punished in any way for, defending his life and his home and his family. But in the same regard, if you have like Jeffrey Dahmer or Hannibal Lecter, or Amon Geth, the dude from the fucking concentration camps. No, you execute that person. It'd be like this. And it's like, say if there's a car accident issue. Sometimes accidents happen. Sometimes you hit a patch of ice. Sometimes a car tire blows out. But let's put two different extremes. Let's say there's someone driving on the side of the road and they see 3 homeless dudes on the side of the road and they decide, you know what? I'm going to run those homeless people over. Well, in that circumstance, the person who is driving that car, you execute them. It's premeditated fucking murder. In the same regard, if there's somebody that's driving their car and they're like, you know what? I'm going to drive in through the window of this drive-in at a Wendy's, killing the cashier because I want to see how fast I can drive into the side of... Obviously, death penalty. That's obviously horrible murder you've committed. In the same regard, then there's a question of, what if somebody's driving their car and they got super drunk and in a DUI, well, they cause a major accident on a highway, killing 20 people. Well, I mean, it wasn't their intention to kill people, but they did drink a whole bottle of Jack Daniels and then try to drive on the freeway. I wouldn't say death penalty, but I would say that there should be some sort of strict punishment, mainly to curtail other people from making the same thing. After all, the intention isn't to punish or inflict suffering on the person, but rather to avoid future suffering of other people. After all of the other people that died in that major pileup on the freeway, well, none of them were drunk. So why should all of them have to die and suffer because of the decisions of another person? So there's discussions like that. But then, let's say there's a person on the freeway as well who has a heart attack. Whether they live or die, are they responsible for that? But I guess that brings me back to another thing on the bacon. Maybe if you eat bacon all the time, heart disease might be an issue. Also blood pressure. But that's a separate thing. I don't know if people in the past understood the concept of, well, no, wasn't there one of the later kings in the Bible that was known to have a heart condition? Who was it? I can't remember. Oh, God, I can't remember. Fuck. I'll have to try to look that up at some point. But I remember there was a king in the Bible that had a heart condition. Actually, maybe Google can actually tell me that. Yes, we're going to search the internet because it's faster than me rereading the entire Bible. Probably Chronicles or something. Probably 2nd Chronicles. But the point is, I'm sure there is. I really do need to go to bed at some point. Stayed up so fucking late. I was not supposed to stay up this late. Okay. Okay, not Herod the Great. Likely from chronic kidney disease and heart failure. Huh, that's odd. Hezekiah experienced severe fatal illness, likely abscess infection from which god? Ahab. Look at hearts. Okay, that's a metaphorical thing. Okay, I will let you guys know if I ever... Actually, I'll probably just not let you guys know, but... Okay, point being is this. I remember there being some king who... Though if I remember correctly, I think the father, like one of the grandfathers of Jesus, I don't know if... I can't remember if it was Joseph's dad or Mary's dad. Or Joseph's grandpa or Mary's grandpa. I know one of them was put to death publicly for refusing to eat bacon. I forget what happened with that, but apparently people were basically saying, hey, we want you to eat this bacon. And he's like, no, I won't eat the bacon. And so they killed him. I don't remember. Then again, if I remember correctly, I think Joseph technically died when Jesus was like 20. Not sure if I remember this stuff correctly. You guys had to look up on your own. If I remember correctly, Joseph and Mary got together. I think Joseph was like 30 and Mary was 13. Now, granted, obviously Jesus was Immaculate Conception. But after that, I think they had quite a few kids. I mean, they're mentioned at the time of the crucifixion. That had to be awkward being the, siblings of Jesus. Though, if I remember correctly, didn't Joseph die when Jesus was 20? That's another thing. Why did Jesus not resurrect Joseph? Or, and here's a question, did life become easier for Jesus, for Joseph? He might help on things. And I know, like, obviously, Joseph was a carpenter, but really, one, how much work as a carpenter do you have 2,000 years ago? I mean, it's not like you have power tools and stuff, so it's not like you're building stuff like high volume. So the question is, how much and what were the expectations? And even then, did Jesus actually, I know he's referred to as a carpenter when it comes to things, but did he actually do the carpenting job? Did he? I can't remember, because I've seen multiple conflicting things on that. I guess the main definitive question is this: what does it actually say in the Bible? But then again, how often does somebody read through the entire New Testament searching specifically for references of Jesus actually doing carpentry or referring to it in any way, shape, or form? But the thing with God is this. One, if God would be upset at people for questioning things or trying to understand things, then at that point, what, are you expected to be a robot in heaven? Are you not allowed to have free will? Are you not allowed to get angry or have emotions or discussions? And here's the thing, if rules are so strict or anything, one, if Jesus and God is the kind of being that would condemn you for just having a difference of opinion or listening to certain music, then one, not only what does that say about God, but also what does that say about what kind of life you would expect in heaven? Like, what would heaven actually be like if you're considered to be under such restrictive guidelines and not allowed to disagree or ever make a mistake? At that point, it would sound in of itself like its own version of hell. And that, more importantly, is this: if you can be threatened with such a thing as that, it also means not only would life in heaven itself be very restrictive if you were to go by that logical conclusion, but also it would mean this: that at any point you could be kicked out of heaven for all eternity, which means, okay, you're in heaven for eternity, but it doesn't mean you can't just... Another thing is this: you have all the war in heaven stuff, which means this: in the past, there was war in heaven, which means you could still have more war in heaven. There could still be more violence. And of course, if for war to exist, death has to exist. Even if angels could be reanimated endlessly by God, it still means concepts like pain and violence and even consent to certain things could then even be a thing that could exist in heaven. Because after all, if war can exist in heaven, then war can exist again in heaven. And if war can exist in heaven, then so can pain and death. Another thing is this: if you were to have humans who never understood like, too much pain, a human spirit breaks. But if a human never experienced any hardship at all, or any pain, they are likely to both be selfish, spoiled, entitled, and they're also... humans learn by effort and growth. At that point, humans would stagnate. We wouldn't evolve. We wouldn't think. We wouldn't grow. We wouldn't invent new things. It would just... It's fucking Star Trek. Because here's the thing. You watch all the fucking Star Trek Next Generation stuff. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy Star Trek. I watched quite a bit of it. And, like, I enjoyed, Patrick Stewart and all that. And Jean-Luc Picard. But here's the thing. In all the Star Trek... And obviously you can't really do new stuff because, you're limited by previous history stuff. But the point is this. In context of the story, what's that say about culture? What I mean by that is this. You have people that are like 23rd, 24th, whatever century, space travel, super advanced holodecks and shit, and they're recreating shit from fucking Shakespeare. The question is this: does that then mean that there's been no new stories or books in all those hundreds of years? That the captain of with all this you have all the knowledge of all of human race, And you're choosing to, like, I understand Shakespeare is good. Edgar Allan Poe is good. I agree. These are amazing stories. But you're telling me nothing new? It'd be like saying, yes, I like things like Overlord. It's a great anime. I like Dragon Ball Z. But I expect that there should be more anime, new anime to eventually come out and exist. You're telling me that there's no new anime? There's no new video games? Like, oh, we used all the ideas for video games. We're not going to make any more video games. And I understand, like, we're getting so many sequels like God of War 27. Okay, kind of an issue. Heck, we're having a Jackass 5 come out with this. Like, there's the question of, did we run out of original ideas? Are there no new good stories? And don't get me wrong, yes, I understand. Shakespeare, amazing, beautiful literary works. Heck, Higurashi and Umineko are great stories themselves. I would hope that if there was a future where we're Star Trek type stuff and it's 500 years in the future and people are space travel, I would hope people are still reading Umineko and Higurashi then. I hope people are still reading Shakespeare. I think Shakespeare is beautiful. I think it is something like, I think Shakespeare, I think the Odyssey, I think these wonderful literary works, the Canterbury Tales, Don Quixote, the works of Van Gogh. I think these types of art and stories should always be appreciated. I think, like, there's still, I'll recommend to people, Brave Musashi, Mega Man Legends, Pokemon. There's so many great animes. Like, there's so many animes from the 70s and the 80s, like Key to the Metal Idol, Bubblegum Crisis, Outlaw Star, Cowboy Bebop. You know, there's so many good animes. I'm like, people like Trigun, Tenchi. Like, these are things I think people like Dot Hack Infection, Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 9, Final Fantasy 5, 4, 6. All really great. Like, heck, if I'd pick one, Final Fantasy 9. Final Fantasy 9 is a great story, great music, great characters, great gameplay. Every bit of it's fun. I would hope that if the human race lived another 1,000,000 years, that people of every generation were still playing Final Fantasy 9. It's a great story. It's a great game. One that I think should never be lost, and every generation of gamers should be able to play it. But at the same time, what do you mean there's no new games? Why is no one writing anything new? It's kind of like the idea of people like, oh, we have AI now. We don't need to learn to think or do anything. I mean, it's cool we have AI as a tool to do certain things, to expedite the process of new literary creative endeavors. But I'll say this, while I certainly think it's cool to use AI to make art pictures, I mean, heck, I use it for fucking thumbnails. But I'll tell you this, I still think it's really awesome for people to draw things by hand. Yes, it takes a lot longer and requires a lot more skill. But I still think it is incredible for people to do that. Don't get me wrong. I still think it's great to see anime pictures and drawings made with AI. I think it's incredible and I still appreciate it. And I think it's awesome and I wouldn't say it should go away. And in fact, I've seen plenty of hentai made with AI and I'm like, oh my god, those are awesome titties. But I'll tell you this. I don't want there to ever be where there's not... I want there to always be humans that are capable of drawing anime titties by hand. I don't want it to be like, well, AI is going to draw the anime titties. Like, don't get me wrong. Anime titties drawn by AI is cool too. But I want there to be humans able to do it. I want people to be like, you know what? Yes, I appreciate AI, but I can sit down and I can take a pencil and this piece of paper and I can draw boobs. You know? And have them like, yes. By the way, a really great anime that's also technically a bit of a hentai, but it's got incredible music, Bible Black. Great music. Absolutely incredible soundtrack. Actually, I'll put the soundtrack in the description and in the comments. It's amazing music. Incredible, the best. It's also got really great sex scenes. Also, the art style is something that you're not really going to see very often anymore, but I think it's awesome. It's really great. And of course, back then, you know, kind of hand-drawn stuff. It's pretty cool. Point being, it's important for humans to still be taking critical thinking, understanding those things, reading stuff themselves, writing things, using their imagination, being able to be like, just walk at a bike trail with no stimulation and just be like, oh, that's a tree just blowing in the wind as I walk for hours. People need to be able to draw, to play instruments. Yes, it's great. I can listen to music. I can pull up a Tool CD of anything. But even if I'm not nearly as good as a fucking band, it's cool to be able to sit with my guitar and play a riff from a song you like. I think it's important for humans to keep working, to keep learning, to keep growing. And I would certainly say, I'm pretty sure King David from the Bible would have been fascinated hearing Tool played on a harp. But aside from just questioning, okay, what would heaven be like? And it's at the point, it's like, okay, you have to consider what that would actually be like. But I suppose what started this tangent here was this. Sodom and Gomorrah. Again, one, I see nothing wrong with people being gay. I see the problem being in violence, murder, and rape. Violation of consent. I see rape is the major bad issue. And I feel that anyone that would force themselves on another person should die. But that's the main issue, like Sodom and Gomorrah. Like, after all, it was just a bunch of gay people. Like, again, you just took a straight man, a bunch of Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. He's not going to start assaulting people. He's going to be turned on. He's going to find their titties awesome. But he's not going to, do anything to them against their will. He's not going to violate their boundaries and their consent, because that would be wrong. And he respects them as people. But main point is this. Here's a question. Obviously, Abraham and Lot both had very large groups of people under them. They were essentially kings in their own right. They had large numbers of hundreds of shepherds and herdsmen under them with land and stuff, to the point that they were in contention against each other. And I'll say this again. What to say of the people that, especially the person who's a patriarch of God's people, can't just get along with his own family? To the point that they have to, separate from each other so they don't, become violent toward each other. But the bigger thing is this. Okay, so he goes over to the place with Sodom and all that. And I understand. Initially, here's my point. I understand initially, both Abraham and Lot were naive. They did not know much about the people of Sodom and Gomorrah. After all, they were new to the area. There's not an internet. You can't just check Twitter to hear what was going on and hear what people have to say about it. And you haven't met the people yourself in person, and you're new to the area. You guys moved recently and just established your camps, and then you started butting heads over land disputes, and so you moved over to Sodom. And I understand you're a bit, and even then, you lived among these people for a while, and then of course there was that little war thing where people came, attacked Sodom, took a bunch of their wealth, and took you. And then your uncle waged an actual war as a king, fighting side by side with the king of Sodom to fucking rescue you, and he even gave up any claims to any of the wealth. He gave a chunk of it to Melchizedek and a bit to some other allies that he employed to help rescue you, but he did not get a single cent. He did not get any increase from that war. He literally went to fucking war. How many people did Abraham slaughter himself, let alone have ordered slaughtered by other people. Granted, very bad people that were being killed. But the main point is this: how many people did he basically massacre in order to rescue Lot? This man went to war to save his nephew. For no profit. He even gave up everything he would have gotten. He literally went to all this trouble specifically just to save his nephew. Here's the thing. At this point, he's lived at Sodom. He's lived in that area. He's seen what it's like. You've met the king of Sodom. After, you gave the stuff to Melchizedek, you literally sat and had a discussion face to face with the king of the city of Sodom, telling him you weren't going to take anything because you didn't want the king of Sodom and brag saying he made Abrams rich. You basically sat down at a table and had tea and crumpets with the king of Sodom. After being willing to go to war to save your nephew, you have literally killed thousands and thousands of people purely to save your nephew. Your nephew, who has now had to live in the city of Sodom. You have both fully been acquainted with the people of Sodom and the king of Sodom and the even worse people next to the city of Sodom on the other side. And you've literally sat down at a table and had tea and crumpets while listening to Winston Churchill on the radio. You've sat down and had tea and crumpets with this man, the king of the city of Sodom. You basically had tea. You sat around, drank some Earl Grey with the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah and everything. You know them on a first name basis. You even gave them all the wealth of their cities back and literally fought alongside them against even worse people. Even worse people, just to save your nephew. You were willing to go to war to save your nephew. You were willing to slaughter thousands of people that were even more evil than the people of Sodom and Gomorrah, just to save your nephew. You basically Abraham basically jumped on top of Jason Voorhees, punched him in the face repeatedly, and then beat the shit out of every horror movie person ever. You have fucking Michael Myers, and then Abraham's flying through the air doing drop kicks into Michael Myers' face. You know, the Cat in the Hat's being lit on fire. Yes, I'm being a bit, nonsensical with this, but you get the very clear point I'm making. Abraham fought terrible, awful, horrible people that were the most vicious, cruel, psychotic monsters. Like, it is the equivalent of Abraham was basically fighting fucking xenomorphs. Okay? Abraham was fighting fucking shit from Resident Evil. And I'll say this. You might say, oh, it wasn't like zombies. I would say the people, the things. Like, here's the thing. The people that Abraham was fighting, this is a group of people that were more evil than the people of Sodom and Gomorrah. Not even by a little bit, but by a massive amount. These are people who are like 1,000,000 times more violent and more evil than the people of Sodom and Gomorrah. And Abraham went to war with them. It is basically the equivalent of Abraham going into fucking Five Nights at Freddy's to save his nephew Lot after Lot chose to become a fucking security guard at a fucking haunted pizzeria. You might say, well, that's facetious, but that's basically what's going on. And you'll say, oh, the Resident Evil stuff. I'm pretty sure if you were face to face with those people that Abraham was fighting back then, you'd be like, oh my god, that's actually more scary than the fucking zombies in the Resident Evil game. And they're probably going to try to eat you too while you're alive. These are things that are fucking psychotic, cannibal, nomad tribes. Like, basically, at this point, these are things that are so evil that they're basically demons. These are things that are more animal than they are human. Would say they're not even human anymore. They're just... You basically have a large army of basically retarded space aliens at that point, okay? You basically have monsters. You have, for all intents and purposes, they are zombies. I mean, for all intents and purposes, they are the Resident Evil zombies. There isn't a difference. They're going to be attacking you in the same way, with the same intelligence. And if there is any intelligence, it's all in the direction of being absolute mind-numbing malevolence. Okay? The point is this. Abraham, again, for all intents and purposes, basically got into a fist fight with Freddy Krueger. It's like Freddy Krueger was in the dream world, and Lot is dreaming, and Freddy Krueger's going to kill Lot. Abraham jumped into the dream world and started beating the fucking shit out of Freddy Krueger in the dream world to save his nephew. You might say, what's the point of the story? The point is this. One, like there's 2 points in regards to Lot and Sodom, and that's this. The naivete and the determination. The naivete of Abraham and Lot in regards to what the people of Sodom were like, and to the determination of how much Abraham fucking gives a shit about Lot. The point being this. 1, naivete. Okay, they had a heated argument. They split up because their, herdsmen were getting into arguments and shit. Understandable. Cool. I get you. I understand. And you think, okay, I'm just going to go to this other place. No big deal. But at this point, you've met the people of Sodom. You've lived around them. You know what they're like. And you're now, again, with your uncle again, who has literally given all this wealth back to the king of Sodom. Both you and Abraham know what these people are like now. There is no longer any naivete. You know full well what these people are like. So, there's no naivete when you choose to go back and live among them again. Why did Lot go back to Sodom? Why did Abraham let him? Furthermore is this. Abraham was willing to go to fucking war with fucking, Chucky from Child's Play. The dude was willing to go to war with fucking abominations and horrors beyond most video games can display. Okay? The dude, Abraham basically became fucking Kratos to save Lot. So why, after going to such a length as that, would Abraham let Lot go back to Sodom? Not even out of a concern of, oh, these people are bad people, but more so like he's not safe around these people. At that point, it's not like, oh, there's gay people there. It's more like, there's a bunch of violent, murderous, rapist people. And there's war and shit there. Like, main point is this. He literally became the ghost of fucking Sparta. Went to war against monsters to save his nephew. And not only is there no longer any naivete about what the city of Sodom is and where, and the violence and the depravity that exists there, but you've already become god of war to save him Why would you, you've shown this much determination at it, this much Spartan fucking rage, you know, you become the fucking Master Chief. Why would you not just have Lot come back and live with you? If you are willing to fight an army against the forces of Sauron and plunge yourself in the depths of Middle Earth and kill 10,000 Uruk-hai to save Frodo, why would you then let Frodo travel off into the cursed woods full of murderous cannibals? Why would you let that? You would be like, no, Frodo, you fucking live next to me. Here's my house. Here's your house. I fucking burned down a forest of sentient trees that eat people. No, you live next to me for the rest of fucking time. I literally killed Zeus. It's like I punched him Mortal Kombat style. I gouged out Poseidon's eyeballs and punched him repeatedly. I tore off Hermes' legs to save you. You live next to me from now on. I'm not going to be like, oh, you're now going to travel to these caves full of giant spiders? No! No, we are not fighting any more xenomorphs. We're not fighting any more zombies. Oh, look. It's like, here's horrific monsters. No, we are not going to fucking Silent Hill. You're staying away from Pyramid Head, and you're just going to live next to me. You're not going to be like, well, I went into Middle Earth and killed 10,000 orcs to save you. And I'm just going to let you just wander back off into more cursed. No. You're living next to me now. It's not even an issue like you live in the same land. At that point, Abraham's like, here's my tent, and your tent is literally right next to mine. I will go outside and I will piss in my front yard, and you will hear me pee. I did not go and become Talion. I did not slaughter Sauron. I did not kill 10,000 Uruk-hai for you to go into a bunch of caves and be eaten by spiders. You will live next to me for the rest of fucking time. And our people will get fucking along. Oh no, we have such amount of wealth that we're fighting each other over water. Don't care. We will get along. Not only are we God's chosen people, but I have literally become Kratos, God of War, punching xenomorphs in the dick to save you. You are not going off into the fucking nether realm. It's like, I want to build my Minecraft over. No, your Minecraft house is being built right next to me. We will build a quarry. We'll have a farm. You are not going to the fucking nether or to the end. You do not need to go, like, I'm going to live in this place. There's a fucking nether dragon. End dragon. Okay? It's like, you do not, like, no. I have literally killed 10,000 Uruk-hai. I have literally killed the Greek pantheon. I have beaten Thor to death with his own hammer. You live next to me. You stay. Like I said, my tent will be here. Your tent will literally be right next to mine. Our tent's walls will be touching. You go take a shit, I will hear you poop. Okay? When I'm cooking my food, literally we will have one grill, and we will cook rams and sheep and mutton and beef, and we will cook a giant fucking bull every fucking Saturday, and we will have barbecue ribs, and a Texas Roadhouse and an Outback Steakhouse will fall from the sky. Maybe a White Castle. Do you guys like White Castle? No White Castles near me. I want a White Castle. Heck, Rooster's Chicken's really good. Okay, I've gotten off topic. Said I was going to put something in the link in the description. Something about something. I don't remember. Fuck. I was going to put a link in the description to something. But I have no idea. I can't remember what it was. I know I was going to... And it's about 3 o'clock. Great. Well, I can at least get like 4 hours of sleep before work. At least I should only have one more day of work and then I get a weekend. Great, I will lose an hour. But, yeah, I was going to put a link in the description for something. But I can't remember what it was. That's why I need to, like... Occasionally I'll do it. Like, if I say I will put a link in the description, I'll try to, like, write down on something. And I'm like, oh, I'll remember. Like, no, I won't. It's a struggle to remember. And again, I'm supposed to be doing short videos. It's supposed to be like, hey, okay, here's a quick 10-minute video, and I'm going to do short videos. No, I just... And again, it's just, even as, like, I was getting into the story, I was reading the story, I was really enjoying the story. And then it's like, hey, guys, guess what? Peace! So, yeah. I don't know. My bad. I got distracted by Nicolas Cage, I guess. So 5+ hour video. Sorry. Hope everyone has all the hugs, head pats you ever want or need. I'm going to probably eat something and go to sleep. And get like a few hours of sleep and go to work. I'll probably have to live on energy drinks tonight at work. Thanks for stopping by this tsundere otaku that I am. I appreciate you guys being here. Bye.